I'd like to call to order this continuation meeting of the Anchorage Assembly, beginning with a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Gray Jackson, honored to be here. Mr. Flynn? Ms. Johnston? Here. Ms. Johnston is joining us telephonically. Ms. Osiander?
Here.
Ms. Drummond?
Present.
Mr. Birch?
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Here.
Mr. Starr?
Here.
Dr. Selcraig? Here. Mr. Coffey?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to just go over, I guess, some procedural things first. We have some pressing business that needs to be taken care of. So the first thing that's going to happen is I'm going to ask for a motion to continue the public hearing beginning at 7 p.m. time certain. That will give us time to deal with some labor contracts and some budget issues that are necessary for this body to deal with.
So moved.
Boy, do we have a responsive assembly. Thank you.
It all comes from the leadership, Madam Chair.
Is there objection to changing the order of the day to deal with that? Seeing none, that's what we'll do. Now, when the public hearing on this matter, I'm assuming that most everybody here is for 64. When that public hearing opens, then the sign-up list will open up again. If you look in the back of the room, a young woman from our clerk's office, Jacqueline Duke. Jacqueline, can you wave your hand? She will have the sign-up list. So if you want to get on the list, you need to talk to her. There were a number of people who signed up last time who did not come when I called them for one reason or the other. The procedure on that will be, if I call you and you are not here, I will call you one more time, and it'll probably be about an hour or 2 hours after the first time I called you, so you have a little time to breathe there. If you do not come up the second time that I called you, then I'm going to remove you from the list, and if you still want to testify, you'll have to come and sign up again. There are still, last time we got through about 80 some odd people. We still have about, on just the list from last time, about 250 or 60 more people. You need to figure the way we work, it'll generally take 5 minutes a person. So one of the things that I just want to ask you is to consider, if somebody else has said something that you just agree with, you might want to join, say, stand up in support, or you may want to consider having a spokesperson. The way we operate, this body cannot debate, discuss, amend anything until the public hearing is open. I want to reaffirm my position that as long as somebody is there that wants to speak to us, I will keep this public hearing open. But it basically is going to postpone any opportunity to discuss or make any kind of a action or decision. Right now, well, I guess you can do the math. 5 minutes per 250 people, it's going to take days to get through. The other thing I want to say is a thank you to those of you who were here last time for the civil way that you treated each other, and I do appreciate that. I've been told that it was not quite so great outside, and I'm hoping that we can change that and move forward in a real positive fashion. I'm getting notes here, just a moment. Oh, all right. The first one is, if you have a cell phone on, the way that the cell phone works, it'll cause interference for the feed on the television. So if you don't mind just turning off your cell phone while you're inside chambers, then people in Anchorage as a whole can pick this up a lot better, and our microphone system will work. The other thing that I've been asked to remind you is you will have 3 minutes to speak when I call you up, and I kept the list from last time, and I'll go down that list again. I'm going to be, once again, very firm on the time. Potentially you might have some questions from assembly members, and if so, then you could stay a little bit longer. But I'm going to try to kind of get through this, and so I'm going to call people up probably 4 or 5 at a time. I've also now got a system set up in the lobby so that if you are outside, you should be able to clearly hear when your name is called and hear when we're in that place on the agenda. I think that's all of our logistic announcements. And since we've already, Mr. Birch, do you have another one?
Just a question. Is the sign-up sheet posted online someplace, or is there, because I did have a couple of calls that from folks that had signed up and weren't exactly sure where they were in the running there as far as the ranking.
Right.
And I guess it would be my suggestion, if possible, if we could post that on the municipal, on the assembly website, just so folks can see where they're at and see where the sequence might be.
We did receive a request to make public the sign-up sheet. The clerk and I conferred, and I basically made a decision not to do that. The reason being that several people have told me that they're very uncomfortable even standing up and speaking. And as such, I guess I'm going to try to respect that. We will, if you want to know where you are on the sign-up sheet, we've been trying to tell you, you're number 10, you're number 20. People, my understanding is the clerk's office has been trying to do that all week, and there are people here that will look on the list and try to give you a hint on that. Jacqueline over there is the queen of the list, so she will have copies, and she may be able to help you too. But again, that list won't open until the public hearing actually opens. We do have some other business to get through. Just a moment. Okay. We have a minutes clerk, and our minutes our system requires that we keep a copy of everyone who's spoken. We need your name clearly spelled, and it's generally, it's helpful that you've written it down, but my experience last time is sometimes I'm having trouble reading writing. So if you wouldn't mind printing, then it will help both me say your name accurately and our minutes clerk record it. Now, I've got a number of people who want to say something. So, Mr. Birch, anything else?
Yes, I think we've overlooked the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, I thought that since we were in a continuation meeting and we opened the last meeting with a pledge, it wasn't necessary. But if you'd like to do that, we can.
I think it'd be a good form.
All right, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody is in queue anymore.
I am.
Okay, Mr. Starr.
Just a point of clarification. Jacqueline will be in the lobby then for signing up, or because if she's in here, people can't get in here to sign up.
Well, at this, when I checked with the chief a little while ago, we seem to be fairly good with crowd at the moment. So she's going to start in the back of the room. If it gets to be at all disruptive or a line, she's going to move out to the lobby.
Well, only because the people that are outside of this room can't access the list to add their name to the list is the problem. So because the guards are not letting anybody else in. So the quandary is if people want to sign up, they can't get to the list.
All right.
So
then
I
I'm
see
going
that
to
as an
ask.
obstacle.
Okay. Then if Jacqueline can go out in the lobby for the sign-ups. But not until 7.
And then the other thing is every now and then perhaps reference where we're on the list, number 80, number 90.
I can
people
do
are
that.
starting to queue into that would be another suggestion for the chair.
I can absolutely do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey, you had a comment?
Yes, on the same point, Madam Chair. If someone is unable to get into the room, my understanding is they're not letting people into the room. And if they're on the list, we are going to have a procedure, are we not, when you call names for them to come in the doors, I hope? I
Yes,
figured
sir.
you did, but I thought I'd ask just in case.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Now,
thank you.
I have an excellent security person here. I want to say a special thank you to our Chief of Police, Mr. Rob Hune. He did a stellar job last time, and he's basically... He's my expert. I've been deferring to him on every kind of question like that, but I know that he's aware that people have to come in when they're called. I will call multiple people at once, so there's some time to come in. Anything else, Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, no.
Okay. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Hune did complain about how much overtime this is costing the police department, so be aware.
Okay, the other thing I want to clear up is our procedures allow you to speak only once. So if you've spoken before, you're not going to be able to speak again. The other thing I want to clarify is there are now 3 versions of this ordinance, and the way this will work is when we finally do get to debate, someone on this body will make a motion to bring forth one of those versions, and then there will be amendments potentially. So at this point, we don't know what the specific ordinance will look like when we actually get to a vote. All 3 copies of the ordinance, I believe, are available, and I will work with the clerk's office to make sure that all 3 are online. So if you have an interest in that, you'll be able to get your hands on it later. There were, I asked to make 100 copies of the 3rd version, and I believe there's still some hard copies of it over on that counter on that side. All right. With that, the first item before us is actually a carried over continued public hearing on ratifying a letter of agreement for a collective bargaining agreement with the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Union of Operating Engineers. So is there anyone in the hall that would like to speak to us about this labor contract? If so, please come forward. Okay, this is item 13A on the agenda. And I'm pausing a little bit just in case there is somebody outside who wants to speak to us about this labor contract. And do we know if we have a sound system going in the lobby? All right. Hearing and seeing no one. Public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
That item is before us. Is there discussion? Mr. Birch.
I'd like a clarification on the fiscal note associated with this. This proposal, as I understand it, and again, I believe this is an contract extension and enables furlough leave without pay. So in effect, we're simply reducing the number of hours among the 152 MOA employees in this maintenance and operations department.
The chair, Ms. Arnold will answer that. Mr. Birch, through the chair, you are correct. To summarize this concession, they're doing a 56-hour furlough in 2009. There's no change on the contract in 2010 or 2011. 2012 and 2013, the contract currently goes through June 30th of 2013. So in 2012 and 2013, originally they were wage openers, and the concession agreement before you provides the 5-year average of CPI that was provided in the direction from the Assembly. And in addition to that, it does provide a 2-year contract extension for 2014 and 2015 with wage openers. So if approved, this contract would be extended through June 30th of 2015.
That's 2015?
Correct.
Okay. So effectively, you're not really reducing the hourly rate. You're simply negotiating a furlough. And I guess if through the chair, it's my understanding that it's a management right to basically reduce the hours if you don't have funds available, which is the situation here, that you can reduce the hours of employment as a management prerogative, and you do not have to extend this agreement out 2 more years in that case.
I will, Mr. Birch, through the chair, I will speak to part of this, and then I'll defer to Jim Reeves for the other portion. Currently, in the existing contract with the Local 302, we have what is referred to as programmed leave. Give me just a second, and I will get to that page. Programmed leave allows us to, in essence, tell employees that we do not need them to work for 1 week to 6 weeks. The difference between programmed leave and the furlough leave is programmed leave allows employees to utilize annual leave. And if they utilize annual leave, there will be a reduction in service. However, there will be no savings to the municipal budget. So that is the provision of the current CBA that allows us to do leave. It doesn't guarantee leave without pay. The second part of the question as far as can we do this furlough without allowing them to take annual leave, I'll defer to Mr. Reeves.
Yes, Mr. Birch, through the chair. I think Ms. Arnold has essentially answered the question. We have some tools in the code and the existing collective bargaining agreements, but we do not have this tool, and therefore we must negotiate for it. We cannot do this unilaterally. It's a policy call for you to decide whether this is a bargain that on balance makes sense for the Assembly. But I can tell you that we cannot accomplish this unilaterally.
I guess I think you can. I think if you don't have the funds budgeted for employing 62, I forget how many employees, 62, how many employees do we have in the union? It's 62 hours per employee, correct?
62 hours per employee, that's correct, Mr. Birch. I think you correctly stated earlier that about 150 roughly employees in this bargaining unit.
Okay. So were this not to pass, your alternative is basically to reduce the equivalent number of hours by employee, correct?
Mr. Birch, our view is that if this doesn't pass, it's layoffs. We don't believe that we have the authority. I know you may take a different view, but the advice we've received from legal counsel, and it's been very consistent, that if we don't approve this, that furlough would be likely result in agreements that we would likely lose.
But it could be negotiated in if the alternative is a layoff, correct?
No, I don't think. I think you run into issues about whether that's an unfair labor practice. But our position is that if we don't approve this, then it's layoffs.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I guess I cannot support this. I think it's nuts to kick this contract out to the year 2015. That's 5 years from now. And speaking on the motion in front of us, just last meeting, I guess it was earlier this meeting, before we continued it, we saw the Port of Anchorage experience and approved a budget for the Port of Anchorage. It was a $7.2 million contract that represented a 5% hourly rate reduction. And this contract is basically going to embolden and embed contract increases over the next 5 years, potentially, with the contract openers. And I'm concerned about, locking this in for that period of time, and I will not be supporting this extension. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm probably going to surprise a few people and say that I'm not going to support this one either. It's not that I think it's an unreasonable proposal, but, negotiations is give and take, and I think we're given a little too much in achieving simply a furlough. If there were a wage rollback, I'd be more comfortable moving forward on this, but given that we're not seeing a wage rollback, so there'll be no downstream effects, and then on top of that, there's the 2-year extension. That, on balance, I'm not comfortable. That's a good policy for the Assembly to adopt, and so I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
I have a few questions for the administration. One is that did we come to or go to the unions with expected amount of money that we would hope that could be addressed in this negotiation?
Ms. Arnold, do you want to answer that one?
Yes. Dr. Selkirk, through the chair, we did approach each bargaining unit with a dollar target, and the dollar target was the equivalent of the increase, the CPI increase that each bargaining unit received this year. The proposals that have been coming forward have reflected a rollback for a partial period of the year in all of 2010. The furlough, the 62 hours, is equivalent to the 3% increase that the operating engineers received this year.
So is it exactly what we asked them? Is it more? Is it less? I mean, how did that work?
As far as the actual 2009 savings, it does equate to the savings that we asked them for in 2009.
So basically, we didn't go to the table with any other expectations except to meet this goal right now?
Well, when we actually went to the table asking each bargaining unit to give consideration to a rollback, and there were some bargaining units whose members were not supportive of that. And so what we challenged them with is to find another mechanism that would allow us to achieve the savings in 2009, and the furlough is what resulted out of that.
If I remember correctly, AMEA took a long time to actually negotiate their contract. They didn't have a contract for what? When we negotiated this, was it a year?
It was approximately a year.
And how did...
Dr. Selkirk, this isn't AMEA. This is operating.
Oh, operating too, I'm sorry. Okay, so were these guys out for a year? Or how did...
No, we began negotiations with Local 302 for their whole contract opener. I want to say it was in the first couple of months of 2009, and I believe we brought this agreement to this body in June or July. So it took approximately 4 to 6 months.
So just help me and remember, in terms of their wage increase in relation to the other bargaining parties, did they receive this comparable wage increase as the police and fire?
They did receive, each of the bargaining units received, with the exception of AMEA, they received in 2008 a 2.7, 2009 a 3%, and then the 5-year average. There is some differences between the various bargaining units. Public safety's min and max are slightly higher, but they all follow the 5-year average. And the only difference with AMEA is they took a 3% in 08 and a 2.7 in 09. So the same numbers, but just flip-flop.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, just a moment. We have to do a roll call vote because of Ms. Johnson on the telephone.
Mr. Coffey?
No.
Dr. Selkirk?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
No.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Mr. Birch?
No.
Ms. Drummond? Yes. Ms. Osiander?
No.
Ms. Johnston? No. Ms. Johnston's a no. Mr. Flynn? No. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
That item is defeated. The next item, well, I need a motion at this time, Ms. Drummond.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to reorder the agenda to deal with the next item would be item 14B as in boy.
All right.
After that, item 14E, 14F as in Frank, 14G as in girl.
Ms. Drummond, we
Yes,
just
ma'am.
would go on regularly.
Okay,
then.
after 14B.
So my understanding was we were just going to put D, the Heritage Land Bank, at the bottom.
13D.
Yeah.
The bottom
Is
of
that
the agenda.
Is that what you
Yes.
meant to do?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Was there a second to that?
Second.
Is there objection to that?
Question, Madam
Go
Chair?
ahead, Mr. Coffey.
We're going to bring up 14B and then go back to the 13s, is what you're planning?
No, B was moved to the 23rd at last meeting. So we don't have to deal with B. C was also postponed to the 23rd. D is
Talking about 13.
I'm sorry, I'm in the 13th. Yes, sir.
That's what I thought.
Yes, so 13D would typically be the next item on our agenda. It, however, has 4 amendments and according to the administration is not time sensitive. So I'm suggesting it go to the end of the agenda.
Okay, and that will follow with the others as well. So that 13E then will go back. Is that what you're telling me, Madam Chair?
13E, it would be the next item on our agenda. Yes, sir.
Yes, that's all I needed to know. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Is there objection to moving 13D to the end? Seeing no objection, that's so ordered. All right. The next item before us is 13E. This is AR 119. This is establishing a capital reserve fund for future roof repairs at the Sullivan Arena, the Anchorage Museum, and Lusac Library. The public hearing is open. If anyone would like to speak to us on this, please come forward. This is item 13E. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Hearing and seeing no discussion. Madam Clerk?
I got Mr. Coffey.
Vote.
Dr. Selkirk? Yes. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston? Yes. Mr. Flynn? Yes. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Madam Chair, it's unanimous.
That item is approved. The next item before us is item 13F. It's AR 131. This is revising the 2009 general government operating budget and appropriating $241,480 from the area-wide general fund.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to continue the public hearing until June 23rd.
Okay.
Second.
If Ms. Gray Jackson, if you wouldn't mind, I think I need to open it first.
It's a continued public hearing, so I believe it was open already. It's continued.
Okay, I don't have them.
Well, it says continued public hearing.
Okay. All right.
Madam, point of order, Madam Chair. I
State
believe you
point.
have to open the public hearing since it's noticed, and then Ms. Jackson's motion is in order, I believe.
All right. The clerk tells me that I need to be sure that there's no one here who came to speak to it. So what I'd like to do is ask if anyone would like to speak to us on this item right now. Is there anybody who'd like to speak to us about this resolution? Hearing and seeing no one, the motion is before us to, continue till...
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion is to continue the public hearing until our meeting of June 23rd. Thank you.
Okay, please.
Madam Chair.
It was seconded. I just want everybody to be aware that the 23rd is looking to be an extremely difficult meeting. Okay. All right. Is there objection to continuing to the 23rd? Mr. Birch? And then Mr. Crawford.
I guess I object because I don't think we have the funds available to pay for this. At least I didn't see a fiscal note that said this basically rolls back in and adds to the budget after we had come to some agreement and establish the budget. So I guess I would like to have maybe some discussion with the administration. And is there
Okay.
money for this?
At this time, I'd prefer that we don't debate the merits, but instead debate the date. So
But are we not entitled to some sort of documentation that there's funding available for
so
this?
you want the C? Is that what
Madam
you're
Chair, thank
Just
you.
a moment, Ms. Gray Jackson. I'll let you respond. I'm just clarifying what he wants.
Typically, don't we get some sort of a fiscal note that says that there's funding available to and where the dollars are going to come from this?
All right.
Through the administration?
Well, since this is from Ms. Gray Jackson, I'm going to let her respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for speaking out of turn. With that said, I had a conversation with the CFO, and at the present time, the funds are not certified, and that's one of the reasons why I would like to postpone the resolutions, because the funds have not been certified, but they will be on June 20 by the next meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I object to continuing this. I think
Okay.
we've got enough trouble spending money we don't have, and I don't think we can really move forward
All right,
with
we'll have a vote on it then. But Mr. Coffey, you have another point? Okay, if it will really help us since we're time tight here. If you, I know you feel enthusiastic, but if you don't applaud, we can move faster. Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, my concern is the 23rd, which you mentioned. I have no objection to bringing this forward at the appropriate time. I'm just wondering, I know there's people who are planning to testify, and I was wondering what we would lose by taking it to the meeting afterwards, which would be the 7th, and I direct that question to Ms. Jackson, just because of the crowded agenda on the 23rd, which is really piling up, if I understand correctly.
It is. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, thank you very much. But the biggest reason, as I stated, why I asked that this be postponed until the 23rd is because funds have to be certified by code, by the CFO. And when I put that resolution out there, I was under the impression that the funds were certified, and I then found out through a budget committee meeting that the CFO felt uncomfortable certifying the funds until a later date, and I believe that she will certify the funds before the meeting on the 23rd. So that's one of the reasons for the postponement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Mr. Coffey, continue.
No, my question, Ms. Gray Jackson, was because of the crowded agenda. I understand fund certification could come there, but what would be the problem with putting it on for the 7th, I guess, given the fact that we're crowded? Not the fund certification issue. I understand why you want to move tonight.
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I understood exactly what you were asking, and I apologize for not answering your question.
No problem.
With that said, my preference is to have it on the agenda for the 23rd.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
That's what
Chair.
will be before us. All right, the discussion is strictly on the date right now, please. Ms. Selkirk.
I'm actually I seconded this, and I haven't had a chance to discuss this with Ms. Gray Jackson, but considering how full, I mean, the 23rd has got the Connect Arm Bridge, it's got so many things on it, it seems to me that we would have more time for deliberation on the 7th, and so I guess I'm hoping that Ms. Gray Jackson might reconsider her thoughts on this. I don't think it hurts us to wait until the 7th.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, and then back to Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also, I ideally would like to get this done on the 23rd, but also, Dr. Selkirk and I last week attended a meeting at St. Anthony's Church. A lot of folks from that neighborhood were there, and one of the positions that we're talking about here is the graffiti busters. And Mayor-elect Sullivan has publicly stated strong support for adding to the graffiti busters program. He did so throughout the campaign. So I don't see any harm in waiting until the 7th.
Right.
I prefer to have a lighter meeting that night since it's my anniversary, but
Okay.
life.
Ms. Gray Jackson, you're last in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I assume I won't have any problem letting folks know, and maybe folks who plan on testifying on the 23rd are watching this meeting now, and as you can see, my colleagues, the two other supporters, would prefer to have this public hearing on the 7th, and I have no problem with that as long as folks are notified, and I understand that we have a busy agenda, so I'm more than willing to move the continued public hearing until the 7th. And Mr. Gutierrez, thank you very much for bringing up the fact that Mayor-elect Sullivan does support the graffiti program. I thought that he would. Thank you.
All right, we need a second.
Second.
All right, the motion now is to go to the 7th. Is there objection to that motion? Seeing none, this matter is continued to the 7th. The next item before us is 14B. This is an ordinance authorizing the withdrawal and transfer of a 10-acre portion of HLB parcel 3-035 from the HLB inventory. If anyone would like to speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Anyone on this HLB land transfer? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? And if you could enter your motion on the system, that would be helpful. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Ms. Johnston, do you have objection? All right, seeing no objection, that matter is approved. The next item before us is, however, apparently the Kinnick Crossing was carried over to tonight, according to this message here.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Coffey,
is it your intention to continue through the agenda and then come back to 14C and then deal with 14D next week? If so, I'll make a motion to change the order of the day.
Well, we've already moved C to a time certain, so I just need a motion on D.
Okay, move to change the order of the day to put item 16D to the end of the agenda so we can then open in the public hearing. What did I say? 14D.
14D, AR 129.
Right.
This is the
And then
Kinnick
we can
Crossing.
open the public hearing and continue it for the following week.
All right, thank you. The next item before us.
Hold it, you need to.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got too enthusiastic. All right, is there objection to doing that? Seeing none, that's moved to the end of the agenda. The next item before us is 14E. This is AR 146. This is a resolution ratifying a letter of agreement for a labor contract with the Anchorage
Where's E?
Municipal Employees Association. If anybody would like to speak to us on this, please come forward. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us about this labor contract? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
There's a, the second was from Ms. Gutierrez.
How come it's not
working?
The machine is
There
apparently
we-
not recording motions.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Birch, you're first.
Well, for the reasons stated earlier in the prior agreement, here we have 647 employees, and basically the reduction is not in the hourly rate, but in 56 hours of negotiated furlough leave, which in my view could effectively be achieved through alternative means. And I guess for the same reasons that we didn't pass the prior contract amendment, I would encourage a no vote on this one.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one actually is a little more balanced in my estimation, and so I'm okay with this one. We'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Weddleton?
Through the chair, I'd like the opportunity to respond to Mr. Birch's comment about the administration's ability to implement LEAP. Mr. Birch is correct that the administration has the ability to implement leave. However, Ms. Arnold is also correct that we can't do so without allowing the affected employees the opportunity to cash in their own leave. You'll recall that at the last work session, I promised to take a look at how many hours of administration-imposed furlough would be required to meet the $800,000 budget deficit for the AMEA employees. So what I've done is I've researched each AMEA employee's leave balance and calculated that instead of the number of hours the concession would require, it would take 170 furlough hours if the administration imposed a furlough, which would be a substantially deeper service cut.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnston.
I just want to say that my understanding with this contract, with the furlough leave, they will be taking a 3% cut, which would have been what they would have gotten with their increase with their labor contract. And this 3% cut is forever. And they have asked for a day leave for 2010 and 2011. But the 3% cut will always be there. And it's just an extension of 1 year. So I will be voting in support of this.
Okay. Thank you. I'm seeing some heads moving over at that table. Ms. Arnold, did you want to chime in?
No, I just for clarification of Ms. Johnstone's point, when she made the comment that they're giving it back forever, they do give up the 56 hours, which is equivalent to their 2009 increase, and she is correct in stating that in exchange they get an 8-hour one-time personal holiday in 2011 and a one-time 8-hour personal holiday in 2012. She was correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just did want to point out that this is just a one-year extension, and the savings are substantial, and they continue through the life of the contract. Thank you.
Mr. Birch?
There is no give back other than the fact that this group of employees have agreed to work 56 fewer hours in the year, which equates to a cost savings, but it's also a service reduction. 56 hours across 647 employees is a significant service reduction. So, whether that service reduction is affected by reducing the total number of employees or negotiated through this 56 hours is in my view, what you're giving up is the one-year contract extension, and that's my principal objection, and I don't think it's really a significant component. I really am concerned about pushing these contracts out into the future. I am a no vote.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that this is a fair give back, and AMEA employees are some of our lowest paid employees with families, and a lot of our employees are single-parent families. And I have no issue voting on this, and I wish that my colleagues would see that this particular contract is more than fair. Thank you.
Seeing Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. I want to note that because of the duration in the first instance, I believe I was a no vote on this contract. It was a 5-year deal. And we come down to a question for me, it's this. As I look at the summary of economic effects, there's a clear benefit to the municipality over the term, and that's important. They've extended 1 year. We have approved other contracts with a like extension. Mr. Birch is absolutely right. There will be service reductions, and this will impact both the city and people who have to deal with the city. The alternative is layoffs. I, for one, in 2009, don't wish to impose layoffs to meet our budget shortfall. I'm fearful we may face that in 2010 and beyond. I think the years of abundance are past, and we are going to see some lean years. But I want to give us an opportunity to enter into the 2-year budget cycle in 2010 with our employees intact. And since this contract, unlike the previous contract, gives us a true savings and seeks only a short-term extension, which is also going to fall within the purview of the new mayor, so he will have an opportunity to address it, I will support it. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk?
I'd just like to put on the record, for the reasons that Mr. Coffey just stated, I will be supporting it as well.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, we need a roll call on this, yes.
Oh, wait.
A vote, please.
Mr. Birch?
No.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Mr. Flynn? Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Dr. Selkirk?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
That item is approved. The next item before us is item 14F. This is AO 65. This is authorizing an extension of a lease between the municipality and Michael B. Spurnack and Marita C. Crosby as leasee of Lot 3A, Block 3, Merrillfield Replat Edition Number 2, located between Runway 725 and Merrillfield Drive. Anyone like to speak to us on this? Please come forward. The public hearing on this is now open. Anyone want to speak to us on this lease? Are you interested in the lease, sir? No. Okay. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Did you get who that was?
Yes, Dr. Selkirk.
Okay. Is there discussion? Ms. Johnson, do you have any objection to the lease?
No.
All right, seeing no, is there any objection? Seeing no objection, that matter is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 14G. This is an ordinance authorizing an equal value land exchange of HLB parcels 2-153, 2-154, and 2-155. And the specific lots located south of Russian Jack Springs Park. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us on this? On the land exchange? Anyone at all who'd like to speak to us? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Discussion? Ms. Johnston, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you have any objection?
No.
Is there anyone who has an objection? Seeing none, that matter is approved unanimously. The next item before us is 14H. This is AO 73. It's an ordinance amending code 3.30.1511F, employer required general furlough leave without pay, to change the sunset date. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us on this? Public hearing on this item is now open. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
That item is before us. Discussion. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Madam Chair, the reason why I brought this change forward, and it's a really small change, it changes the sunset date for the furlough from December 31st, 2010 to December 31st, 2009. And we just approved a contract that I'm happy that we approved, but that furlough ends at the end of this year. And I think that it's only fair that our non-rep employees, that the furlough end this year, and our new mayor can make a determination if he'd like to bring that back or not and have it before this body. But I would urge a yes vote from my colleagues on this ordinance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo most of what Ms. Gray Jackson said. To me, this is a fairness issue. We've seen in some of the contract amendments that we've gone through tonight, negotiation is a process. Our non-rep employees didn't really have that. It was something that was imposed upon them, and the idea that it lasts beyond what could be the end of any potential crisis. It may not be, but it might be. Is to me, it's just a basic fairness issue. If it's still needed, and the mayor comes back to us and says he needs it, he'll get it. And that's why I don't see any harm in changing the sunset date. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey?
I'm glad that Mr. Gutierrez knows how Mr. Sullivan will react and how this body will react should it be necessary. I believe we debated it at length on the evening that we passed the ordinance. And since I recall that debate, and it was whether we do it in 09 or 10, I think even 11, I would prefer to leave it as is, and we'll vote accordingly. Thank you.
Mr. Birch?
This will also be a no vote. We beat this up pretty good when we had the initial discussion, and it wasn't a decision made lightly. I think that we need to have the flexibility to balance our budget against the expenditures and potentially reduce revenues, and I urge a no vote on this. Thanks.
Dr. Selkirk?
It seems to me that we actually came up with December 31, 2010, based on a recommendation from Mr. Flynn. Wasn't this your date? Could you speak to why you chose that date?
You can take me out of the queue, Madam Chair. That was exactly what I was going to speak to. My reasoning in choosing 2010 was that I am of the opinion that we'll face some continuing financial challenges in the next fiscal year, and I wanted to preserve the flexibility for the administration to choose whether layoffs were the more appropriate action or furloughs were the more appropriate action for next year only, and that's why I suggested 2010. I still think that's probably the appropriate charge to give to the administration for next year. I wasn't comfortable with a later sunset date. In fact, you may recall this initially came to us without any sunset date at all. So that was my reasoning then, and I think it's still pretty good reason now, and so that's why I'm going to vote for the status quo at this point, which means no. Thank you.
Okay, did you have anything else, Dr. Sokol?
No, thank you.
All right, seeing no one else in queue, we're going to have a roll call on this one. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
No.
Ms. Johnston? No. Mr. Flynn? No. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Coffey?
No.
Dr. Selkirk? I'm sorry?
No.
Mr. Starr?
No.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
No.
That item fails. The next item before us, my notes, I think, are incorrect on this because on 14I, I clearly recall that we did move to postpone that because we have the work session on the legal fees on the 19th. So that was my memory true for both 14I and 14J. And
Madam
I'm seeing
Chair?
some nods from the administration. So at this point, I'm just going to pass over and assume that we have moved those because that is clearly my memory and nobody's contradicting.
Madam Chair, I think since you've noticed them and they've carried over, at least on the agenda that I have, we might want to just, in an abundance of caution, open and move till sometime later. I don't know there's any rush for either one of these. I'll move, after you open the public hearing.
Well,
And Madam Chair, I'd actually agree with Mr. Coffey's caution. I think that we were all in agreement that we would postpone them, but I'm not sure we were able to get to them because they never came up last meeting.
no, there was clearly a motion, but I will do it again. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing for 14I. This is a change in penal code, traffic laws, and administrative adjudication of shoplifting. But note that if you come forward now, you won't be able to speak again, and this will be on our agenda later. Anyone like to speak to us on this? Hearing and seeing none, Mr. Coffey.
Move to continue the public hearing, and I would pick July 7th unless the chair tells me a different date. So I would move to continue the public hearing till July 7th.
I think that's wise, even though we do have a work session scheduled on the 19th. Is there objection from the administration?
There's no objection from the administration, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there objection from the body?
Give me a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll second it, and no objection.
All right. I'm not hearing any objection. So that matter then will be continued to the 7th. The same for this next one. This is to change fees for excessive police responses. And we will talk about that at the work session. However, if you want to speak to us now about this, please come forward, but with the understanding this will be appearing again. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us? What? I know. Hearing and seeing no one, I'll need a motion to continue. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to continue the public hearing till July 7th.
Thank you. Is there objection to that from anyone? Hearing and seeing no objection, that's continued to the 7th.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Selkirk, you have a point?
I actually was in the queue, and I just wanted to be added as a sponsor to that.
To which one?
To 17J. I mean 14J. Thank you.
To 14J.
Yeah,
Is there objection to that?
Everybody get on
All right.
17J.
Thank you. We'll put you on that.
Thank you. I'm having a great
All right. We've got enough time to do maybe one more. Do you want to, the rezone, is that may take a while.
Move to postpone.
You have to open the public.
Oh, we haven't.
I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. All right.
Okay.
I looked too quickly at the clock.
I'm fine to either
All right. At this point, I'm going to open the public hearing on 14K. This is a rezone request for approximately 2.65 acres in east of Muldoon Road.
Madam Chair, point of order.
State your point.
Madam Chair, I have, since I own property somewhere in the vicinity of this property, I am excused by the decision of the chair and the body, and a judge who doesn't know what she was talking about, but I'll be out of this deal.
All right, let the record reflect that Mr. Coffey is excused from this discussion. All right, if anybody wants to weigh in on this rezone on Muldoon Road, the public hearing is now open. Please come forward, sir.
Hello, everybody.
Start with your name.
Oh, my name is Jay Molesky.
Uh-huh.
I am against this ordinance. I'm a resident in the neighborhood in the back of this property in Muldoon Heights subdivision.
Okay.
I use the road of East 11th to get onto Muldoon daily, and the road is obsolete, inadequate for having any kind of commercial use on there. If you start parking vehicles on the side street there, then you don't have, on either side, then you don't have any access through there. The road leading onto Muldoon is, it needs a light. There's a lot of traffic there. East 12th gets a lot of traffic going into the Fred Meyer and Muldoon, the Muldoon Mall. And also, having this property going way back one block into State Street, now you're pushing into residential property, a residential neighborhood. Any of the other commercial property along Muldoon doesn't go that far back. Like over on 6th and Muldoon, they have a Tesoro station that's only like one block back. Or if you look at the map here, there's like a little road there dividing the property. And why having the property go across the street there from East 11th to, both sides of the street. I see that's just a little too excessive commercial use. And B3, you don't know what's going to happen there. They already have a non-compliance automotive repair shop right there on 11th and Muldoon. And then one block back on State and 11th is a non-compliance private party that does repair work on their home, which they want to turn it into commercial use. State Street is all it is a gravel road, and unless this street, the municipality wants to upgrade the road to for business use, then maybe take a look at it at that time. But I think it's designed for residential use, and having commercial there, especially B3, I don't think it's a good time. It's not at this time a good idea.
Okay. We got some questions.
Sure.
Mr. Coffey? Oh, he left. Why is he in? I'm sorry. He's in queue. I guess we don't have any questions.
No problem.
All right.
Well, he owns property over there anyway, so that's probably what
we exempted him from the whole thing.
There you go.
All right.
That's it?
Actually, we do have a question. Dr. Selkirk? No? All right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
All right. Anybody else who'd like to speak to us on this rezone? Is the applicant for the rezone here? Mr. Bernhoff, is that?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure that Mr. Baumhoff knew that the hearing was going to continue tonight because of the confusion of the last several meetings. Is it fair to have the petitioner not have an opportunity to speak? I mean,
that's
who knows where he is? Apparently, parking is really difficult outside.
Well, it's certainly up to the body how you want to deal with this. Dr. Selkirk?
I think there may be problems in that area. I think there were people who wanted to testify. I will say that I'm not, although I'm sponsoring this, I'm not supporting it. So I'm ready to act whenever we want. But I do think that the applicant has been consistently here at every meeting, and he's probably not here because we probably gave the impression that we weren't going to get to this tonight. So it might be fair just to postpone it till next week.
Are you moving that?
I move to postpone till next week. Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Gutierrez. I want to ask you, are you sure you want the 23rd? The 23rd is...
I would leave it up to the discretion of the chair. What would you advise? I actually think this is not going to take a very long time. But you never know.
At this point, I would prefer to not put anything on the 23rd, but I don't know if that's a hardship for the applicant.
He's waited quite a while.
Does anybody know how to contact the applicant? We could find out potentially by cell phone what his status is.
Well,
Jerry Weaver, would you like to weigh in on this?
I would suggest at this time a continuation to the 7th, and that there be an effort to directly contact the applicant for that date.
Thank you. I move to that we move to the second.
All right. Is there objection to that from anyone? All right. Hearing and seeing no one, then when there's a motion to continue this until the 7th. Is there objection to that? Seeing no objection, then we are continuing that rezone discussion until the 7th. Thank you. Pile of paper on that one. All right. The next item before us is
14L.
14L. This is Ordinance 68. It's designated the Heritage Land Bank as the exclusive grantee of conservation easements and funds generated for compensatory mitigation agreements with the U.S. Army Corps. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us on this item? If so, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish?
Move to approve.
Ms. Drummond, and seconded by Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Gutierrez?
I just would like to hear from the administration what other agencies are currently involved in this kind of activity.
Mr. Maynor will respond to that.
Mr. Gutierrez, I believe you asked the question, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez, through the chair, Heritage Land Bank has been the only agency to issue conservation easements in the municipality and is the appropriate agency to hold these conservation easements on behalf of the municipality.
So if you're the only agency who has engaged in this practice, why do we need to codify that you're the only agency that will? That's what I'm a little confused on.
Mr. Gutierrez, through the chair, it preserves the management of the land through Heritage Land Bank and also benefits the municipality by having one agency do that rather than splintering the entire action among 15 or 16 different agencies who control or have management of land.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else on this topic? Hearing and seeing no one, is there objection to this? Seeing no objection, Ms. Johnson, do you have an objection? All right, seeing no objection, that matter is approved unanimously. The next item before us is the Heritage Land Bank Real Estate Services 2009 operating budget to the area-wide capital fund to create a city hall capital maintenance and improvement and tenant improvement in the terms of $94,650 and $75,000. Anybody like to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. This is 14M. Anybody like to speak to that? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Ms. Johnson, do you have an objection? No. All right. Seeing no objection, 14M is approved unanimously. The next item before us is the one that was postponed to the latter part of the meeting, 13D. This is the Heritage Land Bank 2009 Work Program and their 2010 through 14 5-year management plan. Public hearing on this item is now open. If you would like to speak to us on that plan, please come forward. This is item 13D. I'm seeing movement in the back of the room, so I'm pausing. It appears that no one is coming forward. I'd like to then close the public hearing and ask for the wish of the body.
Move to postpone?
Actually, I think we could deal with this if you're all right with that.
Fine.
I need a motion, though.
Move to approve?
Thank you. That matter is now before us. Discussion. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, I have a couple questions specific to the corrections on the master document. Now, it's the intention then that these are just corrections and we don't need to move them as motions to insert the additions and changes. Is that, Mr. Maynard, did you actually adopt the changes in the committee, or are we, how do you want us to move these?
Mr. Starr, through the chair, this is the draft, the revised draft dated May 27th, 09, is the draft that includes the addendums from Assembly members.
Okay, so the Advisory Commission actually already was able to weigh in on these changes as well, so we've got an appropriate authority board that said this is sort of a good idea beyond the Assembly.
Mr. Starr, through the chair, the Heritage Land Bank Commission gave authority to staff to make additional corrections and additions that were added to the revised draft. We were working with a working document right up until this evening. All those amendments have been incorporated into this draft.
Okay, thanks. Through the chair, I just had a couple questions for the director on specific changes there. Then, if they're not need to be moved as motions, then I'll just speak to the general update.
And Mr. Starr, it might be helpful to the public if you could just very briefly summarize what these changes are, because they haven't seen them. Is that possible?
I can surely do that as I speak to them, if you don't mind.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
The HLB goal in a work plan here on page 26 speaks to assisting private efforts to select sites and develop RV and campground facilities in Girdwood, East Anchorage, Chugiak, and the Eagle River area. We're not going to get into the campground business as a municipality, then, is the statement of clarity here for that, my first question.
Mr. Starr, through the chair, that's absolutely correct. It is not our intention to be in the RV or motor home camping business.
And I guess that goes with the summary then. You know, Centennial, the campground, again, was run by the city. Is that, we're getting out of that business? Is that kind of where you're headed?
Mr. Starr, through the chair, the Centennial Park is managed and operated by Parks and Rec, not Heritage Land Bank. However, I understand that is a contract that is operated through the Parks and Rec.
Okay.
But it is Heritage Land Bank's mission not to be in that business, only to be managers of the land.
I get it. That's fair, and that makes sense. The private enterprise and the encouragement, I think, is good use of the land resources. Page 28 speaks to an expanded opportunity for cemeteries. Growing need for those aging populations. Specifically, you've identified areas in Girdwood and Chugiak Eagle River. That's been a community goal of ours. I've heard it at several, and I'm pleased to see you reference that, as well as trying to secure some funding. Oftentimes it's all about money, and it shouldn't be in that case too. So I'm happy to do that, and again, with no motion to recommend, I think that's an appropriate action. So I appreciate that statement. Page 34 speaks to just some corrections, it looks like, on some replats. I'm not familiar with the parcels you're referencing out in 135 and 136. They're not to expand Bicentennial Park, are they?
Mr. Starr, through the chair, no, those are not to be traded or made additions to the Chugiak State Park. However, there are provisions in our work plan for those parcels to maintain access and trails through those parcels to the park. It's part of our mission to also adopt the Potter Valley land use plan and to support access trails and trailheads into the park.
You know, I'm okay with the statement generally, and it is a work plan. We're not taking immediate action in there. But again, the best use of the municipal lands is to offer it up also for development. So, you know, the next clause in here in the statement of correction speaks to, you know, lands remaining as undisturbed open space. And again, I appreciate that, but the HLB is a land bank, and I think formal action to move properties into designated parklands or undisturbed easements would best be handled through this body. I'm not saying that it's not a good idea. I just don't want to make the inference that it's set in stone because we've approved a work plan. I still think the designation for open space is a value that we have as a community, but we're starting to see conflicts with bears, for example, and trails development and who pays for maintenance and all of that. So I just put a note of caution. I appreciate the effort. It's a lengthy document. It shows good planning, and I appreciate it, urge approval of it. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Maynard, looking at this, it appears that the changes you made on page 34 address some concerns brought by area residents there in South Anchorage via their community councils. Is that correct?
Mr. Flynn, through the chair, that is correct.
Yeah, that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Selkirk?
I'm going to be supporting this document. I think that the Heritage Land Bank has this dual purpose. It's one, to meet our needs today, and also to be a bank for lands that we need in the future. And I think that the plan actually does that, and I'm appreciative of how hard it is to balance some of the immediate expectations to just kind of get what we can get out of the bank to finance the things we need to do, in contrast to how do we bank land for the future. So I think it's a good job, and I'm pleased to support it.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Mr. Maynard for working with the folks in South Anchorage who did email us and have some concerns. And I see that for the most part you did implement their concerns into this plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to adoption of this plan as amended as incorporated with those new remarks? Ms. Johnston, are you all right with that? All right. Seeing no objection, then, we have adopted it with those corrections noted. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Actually, we were faster than I anticipated here. The next item before us, the last item before us, actually, is the deletion of the Connecticut Arm Crossing, and I have already told people who've contacted me on that we were not going to discuss that tonight. And we actually have another work session on it on Friday. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on deletion of the Connecticut Arm Crossing, but please understand that it will continue till next week. So with that, I'd like to open that public hearing. If you want to speak to us about the deletion of the Connecticut Arm Crossing, you can do it. You won't be able to do it again, though, if you speak now. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us on that matter? Doesn't appear anybody's coming forward. So a motion to continue.
Madam Chair.
So moved.
Move to continue the public hearing till the 23rd of June.
All right. That is before us. Mr. Birch, you're in queue. Did you want to comment? All right. Is there objection to the continuation? Ms. Johnston, are you all right with that? All right. Well, shock and amazement, we basically did more than I anticipated. At this time, the Assembly is going to take a short dinner break. We're going to, Ms. Johnston.
I would just like to mention that since I'm away on my business, that I'll be observing the hearing for today and tomorrow. I'll be doing it on the computer where we have the streaming line video.
Okay, well, thank you for doing that, Ms. Johnson. We appreciate your out of state.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to be taking about a 20-minute break, and then we're going to come back, and I'm going to start the public hearing a little earlier than I announced because of that.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Starr.
I know it's Jacqueline's got to eat too, but is it appropriate to sort of do crowd management by starting that additional sign-up list so that, you know, there's not two things going on at once? I mean, it seems like people want to sign up and they ought to be given the opportunity to sign up.
They do. However, I've been really consistent in trying to tell people you have to physically be here during the public hearing. So I apologize. I know it would be easier, but we're probably not going to get to people who sign up today anyway, is my guess, considering there's 200 some odd names in front of you.
Madam Chair, another question.
Mr. Coffey.
And I apologize if you announced this. Did you announce the application of the rule that I mentioned to you concerning the Board of Fisheries practice? Thank you.
Yes, I did. You will only be called back one other time if you don't miss the first call, if you miss the first call. All right? Anything else? Mr. Birch, you have another comment?
Just a clarification. So how does it work? So people can exit, use the restroom, ID, and then get back in, just similar practice to what we did before?
Chief, is there any comments you want to make on, or anything else? The same system as last Tuesday is in effect today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're in short recess here. Thank you.
When does the Neck Arm crossing?
Well, they have to sign up. Okay, can you say they have a right to sign? Yes, I will. Okay, all right. I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. Apparently, there's some more kind of procedural issues to discuss. There's some confusion. Jacqueline, there with the clipboard, has the sign-up list. You will be able to sign up if you are inside or outside, and the sign-up list will open as of now. However, you probably, I want to warn you, will not get to speak tonight because of the 200 some odd people before you. I am going to call the names of the people that did not show when I called them last time, so that if you're in that category, you have another chance. However, if for the second time you don't show up, then I'm going to remove your name from the list. I want to remind everybody, it's a pretty strict 3-minute time interval. I'm going to call people in groups of 4, and when I call your name, we would all really appreciate it if you'd come all the way down to the front here. I know it's probably not very comfortable to stand there, and I apologize for that, but it will help us make this move a little smoother. Anything else? All right. I've been asked to identify Jacqueline once more. Jacqueline is at the door with a purple shirt, blonde hair, and a clipboard with her arm up in the air. There, she is in control of the sign-up list. All right. With that, we will.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Starr.
Just a point of clarity on tomorrow's function. Are you going to announce a meeting? It's already noticed, or what's the status of that? And is it a continuation of this item only tomorrow, or what's your purpose in that?
My purpose is to have a continuation on this item only. I have a sense that there's a large number of people who want to speak to us. We will go till 11 o'clock tonight, and then continue tomorrow morning, not tomorrow morning, woo! Tomorrow at 4 p.m. Thank you. All right. Jacqueline, I think if you wouldn't mind, just at least in the lobby, because could you? It's very full. All right, you have to be quiet if you're in here. Thank you. All right, the first name is Elizabeth Brandt. I'd also like to call Richard Irwin, Brian Hutton, and Robert Graves. Please come forward. And you have to start each time with stating your name. Please come forward, sir. You're the only one of the 4, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Clayman, Madam Chair, and Assembly members. My name is Richard Irwin, and I want to thank you for giving your time to serve this city. It's an enormous sacrifice on your part. I also want to thank Madam Chair for hosting the meeting last night with some of the clergy in the city and with the Equal Rights Commission. We appreciate that time very much. I moved to Anchorage in 1969, and I love this city. I regularly pray for the leadership. I pray for you, all the leadership of our city. Pray for the peace and safety of our city. I'm a pastor, and I've served the people of this city in many ways over the years. I currently serve 2 congregations totaling, between the 2 of them, between 4,000 and 5,000 people. I am close friends with numerous pastors around our city and around the Anchorage area. From my view, with all integrity, you will find that in our churches there's a genuine love and care for people in spite of an individual's sexual preference and a pastor's biblical conviction. Because of genuine love for people in many churches, I know that there are programs to help people recover from sexual dysfunctional issues, and why would we want to legally authorize something that has brought harmful, life-dominating issues to so many people who have come to us for help? I keep hearing about a considerable amount of sexual discrimination, and in my world, and I'm not aware of this happening, that is not to say that you won't find a church where sexual dysfunction exists, or discrimination, exists. And if you do, my suggestion is go find a different church. In the Equal Rights Commission meeting last night at City Hall, I heard several attorneys respond to questions posed by those attending. When it was all said, I thought that there was a serious uncertainty as to what would happen if a sexual orientation case were brought to trial. I think this is a slippery legal slope, and to press this amendment through with so many differing legal opinions, both represented in Anchorage and in other places, I don't believe is a wise choice. Please put on hold this issue until the questions can be legally satisfied. Consider forming a well-represented task force to work on this matter and then bring it up before the public review. Please do not put this amendment into law. We are not seeing documented proof that this issue warrants an amendment to the law. Finally, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, you have a responsibility as public servants to represent the entire citizenry of Anchorage. This ordinance amendment does not do this. I would not expect you to approve an amendment that would give my church special privilege if it were not in the best interest of the entire city's population.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to remind you all once again that I know you're enthusiastic, but it basically is going to eat time. That's all on the applauding. All right. Maureen Peterson, Brian Hutton, Elizabeth Brandt, Alvin Holsey, and Christina Talbot Clark, and Peter Goldberg. Are any of you present? Please come forward, all the way forward. Thanks. Only 1 out of that 5. Okay. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, honored Assembly members, my name is Christina Talbot Clark. I come before you today as a Christian, as a wife, and as a mother-to-be. I have the right as an American to raise my child in accordance with my faith and beliefs, and I intend to do so. I know that someday my child will see people doing things he thinks are strange, that don't fit in with what we have taught him. On that day, I will tell my child that there are people who do not believe as we do, and that they may act differently from us. What I hope I do not have to tell my child is that what he is seeing is perfectly legal, that in Anchorage people are absolutely free to discriminate against their fellow citizens for who they are and for who they love. I come before you tonight on behalf of my friends who have been discriminated against, even fired from their jobs, and who are not here tonight for fear of losing their jobs or their homes. I come before you mindful of my own baptismal promises, to seek and serve Christ in all persons, loving my neighbor as myself, and to strive for justice and peace among all people and respect the dignity of every human being. And I ask that you support the protection of full and equal rights, including employment rights, for gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender people in the municipality of Anchorage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come forward.
My name is Alvin Holsey. I've been here 28 years, and I am against 64. You cannot legislate morality or acceptance of an abnormal relationship that produces nothing and more than often not discontent and violence in life. For 70% of gays, their abnormal relationships are effects of men and women who have not bonded with a person of the same sex when they were young boys and girls. Their life choices and perverted sexual practices produce frustration that they feel internally and can and does cause and spread far higher percentages of deadly incurable sexually transmitted diseases. There are many heterosexual, homosexual, and lesbian people who are celibate, which means they don't have sex. Homosexuals and lesbians frequently refer to their conduct as a sexual preference and sexual orientation. No one has to live in a lifestyle or continue a sexual behavior that they were originally oriented to. People change all the time. They have chosen to engage in deviant sexual activity and want to force others to accept their conduct, but widespread our persecution of homosexuals and lesbians is not going on and has been frowned upon and outlawed for many years now. It is against the law to commit unprovoked violence against homosexuals, lesbians, and anyone for that matter. Although there is no medical proof or common sense to support deviant, perverted sexual activity which produces nothing remotely resembling life, I've never persecuted, nor have I ever advocated, nor will I ever support persecution of homosexuals and lesbians. Still, people, churches, and other groups shouldn't be forced to hire people choosing to personally and freely engage in deviant sexual behavior and activity to encroach upon their councils and leadership to force others to believe the lie that homosexuality and lesbianism is normal, because it is not. And those men and women who participate in abnormal sexual behavior have chosen to do so, and it is unconstitutional to force someone to hire someone because of their sexual choices, and it's wrong to subject individuals and groups to financial lawsuits to force them to accept abnormal sexual choices, which is coercion. Homosexuals and lesbians make up between 1% and 2% of society. Homosexuals are responsible for the spread of AIDS in the U.S. They account for well over 50% of the AIDS cases in the U.S. Homosexuality accounts for a disproportionate number of hepatitis cases, 70 to 80% in San Francisco, 29% in Denver, Colorado, 66% in New York City, 56% in Toronto, 42% in Montreal, and 26% in Melbourne. 37% of homosexuals engage in sadomasochism, which accounts for many accidental deaths. The median age of death of homosexuals is 42, and only 99% live past 65. 78% of homosexuals are infected by STDs. 73% of homosexual men have had sex with boys. 50% of suicides can be attributed to homosexuals. 50% of the women on death row are lesbians. Homosexuals are 100 times more likely to be murdered by another homosexual. These facts show that homosexual and lesbian behavior is not normal in any way. They have made the wrong choice in lifestyle.
Thank
you.
You
are trying to force...
Thank you. I'm sorry. Time's up. Thank you very much.
You.
Please come forward. And I'd like to call, I think it's Clinton DeJanovis. He's okay. And Ezekiel Kaufman? Kaufman. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, I am Colonel Peter Goldberg, U.S. Army retired. I live in Eagle River. May I start by stating that we are all children of God and equally loved by Him. There is no excuse for violence against anyone, but we already have adequate laws to punish those who would perpetrate violent crimes against people. Likewise, any employer would be a fool to fire a productive employee who keeps his or her sexual choices private, whether homosexual or heterosexual. But I do have objections to this ordinance. I am a landlord with 8 units. 7 of those apartments have families, including 2 single parents with varying numbers of children. The 8th apartment is rented to 2 missionaries. Whenever possible, I rent to the military. As a veteran with 37 years of service, I can tell you that the vast majority of military members would not want to rent an apartment where neighbors are practicing a lifestyle that is not heterosexual. When an apartment becomes available, I commonly have 3 to 5 applicants. If this ordinance is passed, I fear the situation where one of those applicants happens to be gay or lesbian, because with all other factors being equal, I would choose one of those other applicants, and I would not want to worry about a lawsuit. I should have the freedom to choose a normal heterosexual couple or single parent. I should have the freedom to reject anyone whose behavior I find objectionable for reasons of morality or any other reason that might hurt my rental business. This includes several classes of people: alcoholics, drug users, unmarried heterosexual couples, pen owners, smokers, persons with bad credit, those who would turn their bodies into pincushions or cover them with tattoos, and persons who have a sexual preference that, according to my understanding, is an offense to God. It took several decades of my adult life before I was able to afford to buy these rental properties. I resent the possibility of this assembly telling me how to choose who will live in those buildings. Let me add that I could care less if any tenants are black, white, yellow, or red. They can be male or female. They can be young or old, whole or disabled. They can worship a god of their own choosing or not worship any god. And I don't care what their national origin is either. If this assembly passes this amendment, it will impose restrictions that may force me to rent my property to persons whose definitions of morality is diametrically opposed to my own. Does this assembly intend to force my tenants to stay when someone objectionable to them becomes a neighbor? There have been and are governments that have told people where they would live, such as the former Soviet Union and the current Chinese government. I suspect it would be difficult to either pass or enforce such an ordinance in Anchorage. You can't reasonably prosecute my tenants because they choose not to associate with persons that have different moral standards. Would you choose to expose me to lawsuit for making similar choices?
Thank you, sir. Time's up. Thank you very much.
I've got it.
Sir, you have questions. Sir,
Ma'am.
come back. You have questions. Mr. Birch?
Yeah, this, I believe one of the substitutes, there's been some discussion on specifically what you're talking to, and I was wondering if you had any summary points or additional information on how widespread, the ownership of smaller apartment units.
Not as a community of landlords. I did have more to say.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Both landlords and tenants should have the same freedom of association without fear of prosecution. Now, I would also take issue with the concept of freedom to choose sexual orientation. The sponsors of this amendment are thinking primarily in terms of homosexual males and females and those that are transgender. Are they also thinking of including other things in the phrase gender expression or identity, or other sexual orientation preferences that are considered unlawful in most of our society? Think about it. The argument for freedom to express other sexual preferences is just as valid. For example, the pedophile has a sexual orientation towards children. When pedophiles act...
Please.
Please. The lady has asked us to be quiet, so be quiet. Please. The pedophile has a sexual orientation towards children. When pedophiles act on their sexual orientation, our society incarcerates them. Would any parent here want to live near someone who freely expresses his or her sexual preference for children, even if that person has never acted upon that preference, or lived next to the pedophile that has served jail time for previously committed sexual acts perpetrated on children?
Sir, are you almost done?
Almost. How about the necrophiliac? Would anyone here feel comfortable having a neighbor that is interested in sexual relations with a deceased? It is, after all, just another form of sexual orientation. And yet another form is bestiality. There aren't a lot of folks out there who get turned on by animals, but they do exist. You might be shocked to know that there's a show in Juarez, Mexico, that takes dollars to see people playing with donkeys. And you can see a lot of it in Greek art, a civilization that failed.
Mr. Birch? Thank you. That's right. Thank you, sir. We're done with it. Thank you.
Okay. Can I say thank you about one thing?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're done. Thank you. Mr. Drummond, you had a question?
I just wanted to remark that many of those things that were mentioned are already against the law and face severe sanctions, and there are lists of sexual offenders that identify them as to address. Okay. And Alaska has a very good one. Thank you.
But that's exactly the point.
Sir, please, I'm sorry. That we're going to remind Assembly members to hold it to questions. and I appreciate you coming. Thank you, sir. The next, please come forward, ma'am.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Elizabeth Brandt, and I was born and raised and still reside in Anchorage, Alaska. Today I stand before you to speak of my support for Ordinance 64. I will begin in response to one of the previous week's speakers who suggested that this ordinance should not be passed due to the fact that homosexuals are indeed not born homosexual, therefore making homosexuality a choice. If, like he stated, some homosexuals should be denied their basic rights and protection against discrimination because we are not born gay, then religion must also be a choice, since humans are also not born with a certain religion. Therefore, if nobody is born religious nor gay, and assuming basic civil rights be denied to those who choose alternative lifestyles or to those who choose certain religious beliefs, then in theory, religion or homosexuality should be covered under basic civil rights or protection against discrimination. We are not asking for special rights. We are asking for equal rights. I would just like to note that homosexuals are very, very good parents who love their children tremendously. Take me and my partner, for example. And about the bathroom thing, some community members believe by passing this ordinance they are afraid that there will be more perverts in the streets and in our bathroom. That is truly discriminating against the LGBT community. Sure, there are perverts in this particular minority, but by all means, every majority and minority alike has their perverts. Singling out the LGBT community like that is a clear example of prejudice and discrimination. Another good reason to pass this ordinance. The truth is, when it comes down to it, every one of us are human beings, whether disabled, religious, non-religious, gay, straight, lesbian, or transgendered. The color of our skins may be different, and how we choose to live our lives may vary. Our views are no doubt the same, and who we love may not be the same either. Those are one of the greatest things about America. We have the freedom to be different. One thing for sure, though, that we have in common is that we are human, and every human should be entitled to the right to be treated equally. Every one of us deserves dignity, respect, and the same options and opportunities in life, regardless of race, national origin, disabilities, sex, age, religion, sexual orientation, or any other differences we may have. I'd like to end on some words of inspiration. Diversity will always win out. Maybe not last time, and perhaps maybe not this time either, but the world is changing, and like the others before us in the civil rights movement, we are going to be free. I, Elizabeth Brandt, stand before you a proud American and even prouder Alaskan. Thank you for all for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I realize that a lot of people care very deeply on this, but if you could help me by letting us get through this without a lot of breaks with yelling and clapping, I would really greatly appreciate it. Laura O'Lacey, Melissa S. Green, and Timothy Davis. Go ahead, sir.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Ezekiel Kaufman. I live in West Anchorage. My name is spelled Ezekiel, Kauf, as in Frank, MAN.
Thank you.
All right. In U.S. versus Caroline Products in 1938, Justice Harlan Fiske Stone suggested the court take a more crucial role in protecting people's rights. His suggestion resulted in a legal doctrine called the levels of scrutiny. This doctrine states for a discriminatory law to be constitutionally permissible, the government must prove there is a compelling state interest in discriminating against the demographic being discussed. However, this is not an issue of the state discriminating against a demographic, like in Lawrence versus Texas, 2003, or even the marriage amendment in Alaska's Constitution. This is an ordinance to combat discrimination, and the compelling state interest for this ordinance is found in Article 1, Sections 1 and 22 of Alaska's Constitution and Amendments 5 and 14 of the U.S. Constitution, which is equal protection under the law, a substantive due process right. And it sounds to me that people who are opposed to this ordinance are opposed to it because they are worried that if this ordinance passes, the moral integrity of society would be diminished. Well, moral integrity was used as the defense for a law banning interracial marriages in Virginia in the early 1900s. But the Supreme Court ruled in Loving versus Virginia, 1943, moral integrity does not meet the burden of scrutiny, setting the precedence that moral integrity is not a defense for discrimination. And frankly, as a Jewish person, I am deeply offended by the Christian community pushing their beliefs on everyone. You have heard testimony describing situations of blatant discrimination. There is no reason why you should not include sexual orientation as a protected class. We are not giving special rights to people. We are simply protecting the minority. And as the law stands today, homosexuals are not considered as equals. They fall under the separate but equal doctrine. However, in Brown versus Board of Education and Bowling versus Sharp in 1954, separate is inherently unequal. All of you took an oath to defend the constitutions, and now you have the chance to defend that by upholding equal justice and defending the discrete and insular minorities. I want to end by reminding everyone that we are a nation of rights and freedoms with responsibilities, not a nation of constraints and confinements that are arbitrary. And by not acting, you are telling the victims of discrimination that you do not care. And I know you care. So please vote yes and include sexual orientation as a protected class. And I also have an answer to a question that Assemblyman Gutierrez...
I'm sorry, sir. Your time's up.
Madam Chair, I have a question for the gentleman.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Actually, I have two questions for the gentleman. First of all, Mr. Kaufman, where did you study constitutional law?
In high school and on my own time.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
And secondly, you had a response to a question I had earlier.
Yes, last week you mentioned a provision in this ordinance where homeowner, where his business and within the home can discriminate against anybody, and you included minority groups and people of different ethnicities.
That would be the result of one of the S versions.
Okay, but an article, I have here a copy of the Alaska Constitution, and it says right here in Article, sorry, I just have to find it real fast. Right here. Article 1, Section 3, Civil Rights. No person is to be denied the enjoyment of any civil or political right because of race, color, creed, sex, or national origin. So by denying employment, even in the home, to a minority group, that is a violation of Alaska's Constitution, because a civil right is equal rights. Then I also would like to focus on a little bit more of...
No, sir. I'm sorry.
All right.
Thank you for answering my question, Mr. Kaufman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to also call Barbara Seifert to come forward. And I'd like to remind Assembly members, if you've got a succinct, direct question, go ahead, but try to limit it if you could. 20 hours of testimony, folks. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Mayor, and Assembly, my name is Laura Elizabeth O'Lacey. I've been in Anchorage, Alaska since 1980. I also have some documents.
If you give it to the clerk, she'll pass them out.
They have my own story of discrimination, some documentation that shows gender identity is a biological occurrence, not a fashion statement. And unlike a lot of the statistics that have been thrown around here this evening and last week, I actually have citations to back mine up. While I was waiting for my turn, I ran across something in the paper. Barbara Jordan says, what the people want is very simple. They want an America as good as its promise. And the first thing we did this evening was say the pledge with liberty and justice for all. That's the promise, and that's what we expect. I am a United States Marine Corps veteran. I enlisted by choice during a time of war, during the Vietnam War. That word choice is getting thrown around a lot these days as being something negative. It's getting a bad rap. But I'm here to tell you that being transgendered is not a choice. If I could choose it, I wouldn't live it. I've provided you with my own story. I have 2 degrees, and I'm almost finished with my master's. I've got over 20 years of security experience and a higher than normal IQ, and I cannot work in my field in this city, nor can I pay back my student loans. My counselor at the VA recognizes my need to access certain restricted areas such as locker rooms and restrooms, and has provided me with a letter, which is in that packet, for that purpose. And it's also to deal with TSA out at the airports. The National VA is currently drafting a memo aimed at treating transgender veterans with the dignity in these issues and in others, and there are a lot of us. We earn the right to be who we are and to live our lives unmolested. For those who want to call this a social experiment, I would like to point out that over the last 20 years, over 9 states, 108 cities, and numerous counties have adopted ordinances like this one. Currently, 50% of the U.S. population live in a jurisdiction that has protections for gays and lesbians.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
My name is Timothy Davis. I'm pastor of Chapel by the Sea in South Anchorage. I've been in that position for 26 years, serving this community of believers in this city. During last week's testimony, Dr. Selcraig asked several times a very, very insightful question: where's the rub? Remember? Where's the rub? For those who take issue with following or allowing sexual preference to be raised to the level of protected status in our community, living and serving as a pastor in this community for 26 years, I believe I can bring some insight into that question. And while not wanting to presume, I'm very confident in affirming that what I'm about to say expresses the concerns of the critical mass of our people, as well as the Christian community in Anchorage with whom I am associated. Religion is the seminal, common, foundational, and original pillar of this nation's liberty. Religion is the fundamental prerequisite to our constitutional laws and liberties. Only historical revisionists and liberal activist judiciaries have sought to discredit this reality. The voice of the Founding Fathers is replete with appeals to religion as the moral fiber it engenders, as the only way to protect our Republican form of government with its civil liberties, to be a self-governed people under the restraints of the Judeo-Christian ethic. George Washington said it best in his farewell address from public office: of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. The mere politician, equally with the pious man, ought to respect and to cherish them. A volume could not trace their connections with private and public happiness. Let it simply be asked, where is the security for property, for reputation, for life, if the sense of religious obligation desert the oaths which are the instruments of investigation in courts of justice? And he goes on. Sexual preference can never compare with a religion as an essential to our survival as a civilization. Religion, and particularly the Christian religion, is recognized as an unequaled special class, not remotely rivaled by choices in sexual behavior. This is why religion deserves and has enjoyed the a priori protections of the Constitution. It is an essential supporting pillar of our republic, without which our country would end up in a heap of ruins. Last week, in a stunning invective, the following statement was asserted: I don't care what the church does within its buildings, just keep your practices to yourselves. Listen, the church is not buildings, it is people. We, people of conviction, that this city will best be served by us living out our convictions in the public sector, in the marketplace, in the freedoms that we've been given constitutionally. This community can be thankful that Christians did not adhere to such discriminatory rhetoric. I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Madam Chairman? Madam Chairman?
Just a moment, please. I'd like to call Nathan Kamikio and Katie Harvey. Yes, Dr. Selk.
I had a question for the gentleman.
Could you come back, sir, if you don't mind answering a question? Pastor? Could you come back for a question? Dr. Selkrig had a question for you.
I'm sorry.
I still am left with a rub, and that is, I just want to raise this issue in terms of what you said and perhaps get your response to it. Our founding fathers went to great ends to have separation between our government and religion, between church and state. And
just a question.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, I mean, is it possible from your perspective to understand that our Constitution also has carefully been drafted to protect everybody's faith and everybody's right to believe what they want to believe, and that people may not all believe the same thing.
Certainly. And let me address that. I'm certainly no historian to the level that which some are in this room, perhaps. But I do know this, that statement, separation of church and state, is not a constitutional statement. It was occurred in a letter written by Thomas Jefferson to the Church of Danbury, Connecticut, in assuring them that the government would not intrude on religion. It had no assurance that religion couldn't influence government.
Thank you.
So that's how I would respond.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you could come forward, please. Could I make a statement, folks? You know, it's intimidating for some people to walk down here. It's a scary thing. And when there's screaming and yelling and clapping, it gets scarier. And I think that's true for people on both sides of this issue. And I know that you care a lot, but you dramatically escalate the tension in the room when you do that. So please. Sorry, go ahead.
My name is Melissa Green. I'm an Anchorage resident. I thank you for taking my testimony. I was part of two major research efforts in the 1980s to document sexual orientation here in Alaska. 1 in 10, a profile of Alaska's lesbians and gay community, published in 1986, reported on the results of a statewide survey of 734 lesbian, gay, and bisexual Alaskans. Identity Reports, Sexual Orientation Bias in Alaska, was published in 1989, included 3 papers, including Closed Doors, a survey of Anchorage employers and landlords, and Prima Facie, which documented 84 actual cases of violence, harassment, and discrimination due to sexual orientation bias. Copies of both reports are now on the internet at henkima.com. That's HENKIMAA.com. I've also prepared copies on CD for all members of the Assembly and the acting mayor, as well as hard copies of Prima Facie for the same people. I will give these to the clerk when I complete my testimony. I've also got extra copies of Prima Facie for the press. Some of the relevant findings from both reports: of the 734 respondents to 1 in 10, 61% reported being victimized by violence and harassment while in Alaska because of their sexual orientation. 39% reported discrimination in employment, housing, and loans or credit. 33% reported discrimination from services and institutions. From the Closed Doors component of identity reports, 31% of the 191 employers in the survey said they would not hire or promote or would fire someone they had reason to believe was homosexual. 20% of the 178 landlords in the survey said they would not rent to or would evict someone they had reason to believe was homosexual. From the Prima Facie component of identity reports, 84 actual instances of anti-gay bias, discrimination, harassment, or violence, including 3 murders, were recorded involving 30 men and 21 women. 64 of the cases were documented in Anchorage. It was suggested last week that we need a study or a task force to decide if we need this ordinance. The studies have been done. The testimony you've already heard here in these chambers updates these studies and shows that sexual orientation discrimination is still going on today. And that's not even including the people who have not testified, because there's nothing to protect them from more discrimination for just showing up and telling you their stories. Do we really need another study or a task force to discover again what we already know? There are at least 108 examples of other cities already with ordinances. Those cities are still running, and even better, because they're being fair to all of their citizens. I ask you, how much discrimination is tolerable? What is the threshold for justice? How many stories do we have to bring to you before you stop passing it on to the future and establish protections for the people who are being discriminated against now? Please pass a full version of this ordinance, which includes gender identity as well as sexual orientation.
Thank you very much. All right, just a moment. There are 2 questions. Dr. Selkirk is first.
I'm sorry, I had already withdrawn.
All right, Ms. Drummond is second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Ms. Green. And I appreciate all the actual evidence that has been sorely lacking in this area, and many people have been asking for it. I didn't hear you clearly when you said towards the end of your testimony, other cities that do not discriminate are doing well. Can you just repeat that sentence, please?
I'll read it as I have it in here. There are at least 108 examples of other cities with similar ordinances which not only continue to function but do it better because their citizens do not suffer from unfair discrimination.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to call Jim Minery and John Knobel, I'm sorry. Please come forward. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Seifer. I live in Anchorage Assembly District Number 1. I'm here to testify about being discriminated against at my job on the basis of sexual orientation. I was hired in November 2006 by Programs for Infants and Children, Inc. I was responsible for taking in referrals by phone, fax, email, scheduling services for the Parents and Teachers program. In May 2007, my supervisor evaluated my first 6 months of work, saying that I was, quote, an asset to our agency, and I have no hesitation in recommending her for continued employment. I continued working at PIC. That July, I received a pay raise. I had recently come out to myself as a lesbian, and in June 2007, a friend bought me a Pride t-shirt as a gift. I wore it to work the next Monday. It's the same t-shirt that I'm wearing right now. I had a staff meeting that morning, which my superior supervisor attended. I call her initials DB. After the meeting, just before lunch, DB called me into her office and told me to shut the door behind me. She then said, "We frown on that," and immediately added, "Nice t-shirt, by the way." She then went on to tell me that my t-shirt was similar to if one of her coworkers had worn a t-shirt advertising the size of her breast implants. I was scared and sort of froze up inside and did not know how to talk to her to defend myself. I had worn t-shirts for the asthma walk, the NAMI walk, the annual creek cleanup, and no one had said anything about those t-shirts. Coworkers had also worn t-shirts about events that they attended. It seemed to me that DB had recognized that identity and the Pride Fest were both associated with lesbians and gays, even though the shirt didn't have those words on them, and that she objected to the shirt because of that. I don't remember what else was said, but I never wore the shirt there again. Over the next couple months, PIC did a reorganization of an organization. My job was rolled into a job of another person who left, and I had a workload 3 to 4 times bigger, plus a referral backlog that was left behind by the person who left the agency. In the 3 months that followed, I managed to catch up the backlog in spite of the high workload. I scheduled a meeting to report on my progress, but before I could say anything, they gave me a letter that said, quote, "It is unfortunate that your needs and the needs of the agency have not been mutually met." This was on November 19, 2007. There was no warning or any indication at all before this meeting that they planned to fire me or what their reasons for firing me were. I felt ever since that the agency was prejudiced against me because of the Pride t-shirt I had worn in June, and they simply waited until I had caught up with the 300 referral backlog to fire me and replace me. At any rate, I know their treatment of me about the t-shirt was wrong and discriminatory. I am here to ask for you to pass this ordinance and put an end to the discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation in Anchorage.
Thank you very much. Please come forward. Please come forward. Thank you.
My name is Mark O'Brien. I'm an Alaska resident, and I've lived here in Anchorage since 1970. I was an Alaska State Trooper for 4 years and an Anchorage Police Sergeant for over 20 years. I was the lead investigator for the prosecutor's office for 3 years. I've received the highest medal that the Anchorage Police Department bestows on any member of the police department, the Medal of Valor. I'm the first member to ever receive it, non-posthumously, which I prefer to get it that way. And I only say that to shed light on the fact that I'm talking, and what I'm saying is showing my care for this community, and that I put my life on the line for the people of this town for quite a few years on many occasions. And I believe that equal rights for our citizens in this community, and fought for those rights for 39 years. I feel that this ordinance is poorly thought out and written, and is aimed at a problem that I don't believe exists. It is being pushed through in a haste and with little consideration for the majority of the people that live in Anchorage. I feel that if this ordinance is passed, it brings an unforeseen negative changes to Anchorage. It appears that this ordinance was drafted by the ACLU as being pushed through by this assembly. I'm opposed to this ordinance and ask that you take more time to consider the far-reaching negative effects that it could have on on Anchorage itself. I've heard members of the assembly and other people say things like ideas that have been brought up that people won't go into bathrooms, that men won't dress as women and go into bathrooms. That's happened right here last Tuesday during testimony. 3 men went into the bathroom and ran a poor young girl out of the ladies' room because they were dressed and in the bathroom. A lady that was on the radio today said she was a backer of this referendum and that she was upset that heterosexuals on Monday morning can talk about their sexual escapades and she can't, and she wanted the same equal opportunities. Well, I don't want to hear about the heterosexual activities Monday morning from anybody, heterosexual or homosexual. So I'm not sure what kind of argument that is, because we don't need to be hearing about anybody's life at work. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to call Rachel I think it's Rennan, and Trevor Stores. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Mayor Klayman, members of the Anchorage Assembly, my name is Jim Minery. I'm president of the Alaska Family Council. I'm privileged to be a lifelong resident of Anchorage. Let me first say that I agree that gays and lesbians should have access to the basic rights of housing, jobs, a loan, and education. They do currently possess those rights. I've been a landlord in Anchorage for almost 20 years and have rented my condominium to 2 openly gay men myself. It was a choice my wife and I were comfortable with despite our differences. The GLBT community has in the past, does so currently, and will continue to make significant and very positive contributions to every facet of our community. This issue is not and never has been about whether gays and lesbians have worth. The real question before you is this: should Christians and others in the faith community with traditional views on sexuality be made to affirm and endorse a view that is counter to their belief system? Should they be marginalized and forced into the closet for that viewpoint? Georgetown University law professor and prominent gay activist Chai Feldblum says this: there can be a conflict between religious liberty and sexual liberty, but in almost every case, the sexual liberty should win. You've all heard the case about the photographer in New Mexico, and that's the tip of the iceberg. Catholic Charities in Massachusetts shut down because they refused to adopt kids out to same-sex couples. Yeshiva University's Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York City forced by the local sexual orientation ordinance to allow same-sex couples to live in their married-only dormitories. A Christian gynecologist in California refused to give in vitro fertilization treatment because she was in a lesbian relationship, claiming that doing so would violate his religious beliefs. The doctor referred the patient to his partner, who chose to give that procedure. The patient nonetheless chose to sue that original doctor, and the California Supreme Court justice suggested to the doctor that he get in a different line of work if he was going to live in that community any longer. The number of these types of cases continues to grow as sexual orientation ordinances are implemented across the country. It's not going to be any different in Anchorage. In the end, because of the lack of any evidence demonstrating widespread discrimination based on sexual orientation, this is nothing other than a solution in search of a problem when real challenges to religious liberties are occurring everywhere these ordinances are put in place. Please remember that if this ordinance passes, this really is only the beginning of a very long, drawn-out, ugly, and unnecessary battle. And I encourage you to vote no. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Runyon, and I have lived in Shugiak for some 26 years. I'm a retired United States Air Force Senior Master Sergeant with some 28 years of service and a veteran with a service-connected disability. I'm a property owner, a taxpayer, and a voter. I'm a nationally certified and state licensed pharmacy technician and a licensed amateur radio operator. I'm an Iditarod volunteer and a life member of the National Rifle Association. I may be your constituent, your neighbor, your parent, your sibling, your child, or your friend. I am also a post-operative male-to-female transsexual. I transitioned on the job at Valley Hospital in the mid-90s and retired after 20 years service last August. For those of us diagnosed as transsexual, or as it is now known, gender identity disorder, the Harry Benjamin standards of care require that we live in our new gender 24/7 for a minimum of 1 year before we may get a referral for gender reassignment surgery. Since the human digestive tract has little concern with timing regarding where one might have need of the use of a restroom, we're faced with a challenge of which one to use. To use the men's room while presenting as female is an open invitation to bodily harm. The same dilemma presents to those of us going in the opposite direction. In my transition at Valley Hospital, the bathroom issue was raised, as it always is. In my favor was the availability of unisex or single-occupant restrooms. It did not hurt to have the nursing staff as a support group either. I and countless others have traveled the transition road for many a year. To the best of my knowledge, the issue is without merit. I was advised to go in, make sure my feet were pointed in the right direction, take care of business, wash my hands, and get out. It worked for me, and I got my referral, and in January of '96, I had my surgery in Montreal. My health insurance did cover the cost of the surgery and everything else other than the electrolysis. In my opinion, the uproar and plethora of hate and misinformation that this ordinance change has generated is more than sufficient evidence that it is needed. If any of you would like to contact me outside of these hearings, Ms. Osiander has my contact information. As a final note, I am a Christian attending and supporting churches in Shugiak and Anchorage. And for the record, I'm also an Eagle Scout. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Jimmy Stewart, Julie Berry, and Jeffrey Mittman. Yep. It looks like you're the only one. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Mittman. I am an Anchorage resident and the director of the ACLU and a member of Equality Works. I want to thank the Assembly. You have done yeoman's work and will continue to do so. We appreciate the courage and the commitment to equality and justice that you've shown by holding these hearings and by working with diligence to try to find a solution to a problem that does exist. There are many issues that have been raised. I want to focus on one in particular. There have been issues raised by those who oppose this ordinance that they feel that their rights are being threatened. What I've provided to the clerk is 4 cases in particular where the ACLU has defended churches who are preaching that homosexuality is wrong and whose rights have been taken away by a local municipality or governmental organization. The reason I want to raise this issue is because it's clear the ACLU cannot be involved in any ordinance that restricts the constitutional rights or civil liberties of any American, gay, straight, black, white, Christian, Jewish, agnostic. It's important to understand that this ordinance cannot, will not, and must not restrict the rights of any church, any person of faith to say, believe, associate, decline membership, refuse to hire any person of any belief. That right is guaranteed to them under the Alaska and, more importantly, the United States Constitution. I raise this issue because there's been misinformation about what is intended here. What is intended here is simply to address the problem that has been raised to you, that is documented, that is evidenced, that the testimony has shown. There is discrimination in housing, in employment, and in public accommodations. That's what this ordinance will address. The ACLU, I commit to any person of faith here today, the ACLU is ready to represent you free of charge if you were ever to be infringed upon in your right of association or expression to proclaim from the rooftops that homosexuality is wrong. That's your right. I appreciate the work you've done. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the members of both sides who come out to share their opinions. This is an important issue. This is what democracy is about. This is what constitutional rights are about. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Crystal Dyson, Kenny Peterson, Ken Anderson, and Brian Talbot Clark.
I'm not sure what number you were on or if you called my name, but my name is Jimmy Stewart.
I did call you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. And My representatives are Ms. Drummond and I believe Mr. Where is he? Back that way. Yeah, there he is. Thank you, Mr. Clayman. So
Not till July.
I'm sorry?
Not till July.
Okay. I have been emailing you and all of you and just letting you know that I oppose this ordinance, and I believe that it is not going to be healthy for our community. As we can see what's happening with our community at this moment, the division that it is causing, I believe that is going to cause more division, and it will be an inroad for religious rights to be actually discriminated against. I just had a conversation with a friend of mine who is a CFO of an oil company here in town, and he agreed with me that this, not only from a standpoint of business leaders, is inroad in which more legal suits will happen, more types of disunity in our community. I believe that this is going to be a bad legislation that you're putting through. I want my representatives to understand that I'd like for them to vote no against this. Also, I just believe that there's another route that we can take for this, that we ought to sit down as leaders instead of putting this in law. I don't believe that this warrants enough anti-discrimination on our books or even any kind of laws or cases that have been out there. I believe that we can work together as leaders with this and sit down and seek to come across we have a Human Rights and an Equal Rights Commission. Let them go ahead and start working with cases and see if some things can be put into place and to help people work through problems instead of making this into a law. You're offending a lot of people who find that this lifestyle choice is not appropriate. And it is a lifestyle choice. I know there's a lot of people who here that represent the other side, and I appreciate their views on it, but it is a lifestyle choice. And so I just want to say that I truly would like for you to vote against this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Crystal Dyson. I coach and work with the youth here in our community. And I have a lot to say, but it's a lot of things that have already been said tonight. So what I want to say, I'm really nervous, sorry.
Hang in there.
Okay. What I want to say is that at the last assembly meeting, it was my two daughters that were in the bathroom, and there was two guys dressed as women in there. They came out and told me, so I sent them to security. Security said, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. So obviously there's no discrimination because they were allowed to be in there. So people of the assembly, instead of trying to protect the rights of males to go into their women's restroom, you ought to be trying to protect our children. And the mothers of those children should be able to let their kids go to a public restroom without fear of being approached by men in our bathrooms. I don't want to go in there with them, and I don't think any other women do either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Madam Chair, I don't know who presses the start button, but I did have a question. I missed the 7 o'clock because you started early, but was the S1 introduced? Are we speaking to S1, or what are we speaking to?
Nothing is introduced. So at this point, it's a public hearing. There's 3 potential versions of this ordinance available. I don't know which one will be moved when we finally do begin debate.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, and staff, my name is Kenneth Peterson, Petersen. I was born and have lived here in Anchorage all my life, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. Above all, I wanted to invite us to remember that God loves us equally as His children, regardless of the color or cause we wear today. He looks over these proceedings today and hopefully directs them for our good if we allow Him. The question, however, today is what do we do about it? Or in other words, as Dr. Selcraig put it last week, how do we all get along? Because I'm mindful of the inconvenience of the 3-minute bell, I wanted to start with my conclusion in case I never get to it later. My conclusion is, I do not object to this ordinance granting equal rights based on sexual orientation regarding medical care, fair housing, and employment rights, etc. so long as these do not infringe on the integrity of the traditional family, constitutional rights of churches, or bring detrimental consequences on our community. In other words, I approve of this ordinance if it would help any one of my friends of the proposed class get a job, housing, a loan, education, etc., who cannot otherwise do so. However, I also strongly feel that I do not know enough about this current ordinance to know if it will do us the good we seek. I fear or am concerned about the possible undesirable consequences of this ordinance. Therefore, I ask you, please not to approve this ordinance yet, or until we, and particularly you, except Mr. Coffey who's gone, sorry, my rep, one of my reps.
He can hear you in the back.
He can hear me. Okay, good. While he's eating, can be reasonably certain that the negative and undesirable consequences can be understood and avoided, or at least minimized. Please either keep amending it or table it until it's written properly. However, be cautious, as Mr. Gutierrez pointed out last week, that each rewrite seems to be getting worse. Home businesses being excluded from being subject to rights of all classes. Or personally, I notice that we exclude bathrooms, but not lockers or dressing rooms, for example. I appreciate your S1 amendment. Some of those address those issues. However, in the meantime, while we're doing this, if anyone here affected by this discrimination cannot get employment, housing, education, or otherwise, please come see me, or many others here. I will try to help you get them, even if you have to stay with me or work with me or whatever. We are all brothers and sisters together, and your happiness is my concern too. So I hope you as an assembly, you can help me answer a few questions that came up as I was studying the possible consequences of this ordinance. I have half of my book for and half for against. The encouragement of one of my representatives, Ms. Gray Jackson, Mr. Flynn, I have articles on both sides. Please help. I need the help of those who have already decided that they're going to vote for it regardless because of equal rights or integrity.
Thank you.
Because, is that? See, I told you I'd come. I just want to tell you, my wife wanted to borrow that bell so that she could use it sometime with me too, so thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Madam Chair?
Just a minute, sir. You do have a question.
Do you have a series of questions on both sides? Is that is it a long list on both sides?
It's not long. There's 3 points, and the questions were Ms. Osiander and Ms. Drummond, as former school board members and others, could our local religious schools and faith-based charter schools, if any, who allow admissions to people of not their faith, could they risk losing recognition and accommodations here as a result of conflicting discrimination policy?
We're not going to answer them. Why don't you put them on the record, please? Go ahead and put your questions on the record.
Also, could our remaining student or youth religious or faith-based organizations lose their school recognition and even their benefits that exist now to be able to access schools? Also, could the establishment of this sexual orientation ordinance amendment as a civil right eventually require mandatory changes in our school curriculum? When our city council says that sexual orientation is equivalent to heterosexual relationships, the curriculum of public schools will have to support this claim. Beginning with elementary school, children will be taught that, or will they be taught that sexual orientation can be defined as relationship between any two adults, and that consensual sexual relations are morally neutral? Will that have to be taught if this passes? And then the final one is, how many of our religious community service organizations, such as Catholic Social Services and Lutheran and so on, will be forced to close without access to exemptions or government-sponsored funded charitable programs if they're not able to do this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, will you call me like tomorrow or something so I can talk to you about some of those because I've been looking at them?
Thank you. I'd be interested in the answers. Thank you.
All right. At this point, I'd like to call Jim Carey, Cody Lister, and Sigvald Julesson. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, and Mr. Mayor. My name is Brian Talbot Clark. I live in East Anchorage, and I was born in 1975. So, first of all, as to the question of whether this issue is moving too quickly before this Assembly, if you want to know how long this issue has taken to move before the Assembly, that would be me. I speak today in support of an ordinance ensuring equal rights for people regardless of sexual orientation and in support of the fundamental American values embodied in it. I've heard the opponents of this ordinance criticize its supporters for demanding tolerance, which they seem to feel that they cannot give. But I'd like to say right off that I demand no such thing, and I'd like to share my favorite quote about tolerance. The citizens of the United States of America have a right to applaud themselves for having given to mankind examples of an enlarged and liberal policy, a policy worthy of imitation. All possess alike a liberty of conscience and immunities of citizenship. It is now no more that toleration is spoken of, as if it was by the indulgence of one class of people that another enjoyed the exercise of their inherent natural rights. For happily, the government of the United States, which gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens, in giving it on all occasions their effectual support. Those words were written by George Washington in his letter to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island in 1790. Of course, what he says here about America wasn't really true at the time, and it isn't really true today. It's a very tall order. But he articulated an ideal of American values for every generation thereafter to strive toward. The man we've called the father of our country was clearly a person of rare and tremendous vision. But he had blind spots. At the time of Washington's death, there were over 300 slaves at Mount Vernon. He did express reservations about slavery and did provide in his will for his slaves to be emancipated, but not until the death of his wife. So does that mean that he didn't believe what he wrote in the letter? No. He was a remarkable individual and a trailblazer of liberty. But he was also a product of his time, and he simply didn't see, nor did most of his contemporaries, that these principles of equality, to be meaningful, must apply to those people too. It took another 75 years in a bloody civil war to abolish the institution of slavery in America. In those days, there were many heroes, black and white, who fought with their passion, their words, and their lives to bring America that much closer to its ideal. But they had blind spots. Even after emancipation and Reconstruction, fully half of American adults were still disenfranchised based only on their physical sex. It took another 55 years before America recognized the right of women to vote. Again, there were many heroes who stood forth to advance the cause of equality, who faced jeers and angry mobs to bring America another big step closer to the ideal of equality that Washington in 1790 stated as fact.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please come forward. And before you start, if I could call Michael Keys, Dmitry Fonoff, and Barb Clark. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Ken Anderson is on your list, or Kenneth L. Anderson, A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N.
I just have Ken Anderson.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Short
Go ahead.
version. Thank you for letting me come here. And Madam Chair, I really appreciate your comment last week where you mentioned that this issue is divisive to our community. It's noteworthy to bring that forward. And I come to speak against it, to speak against this additional wording of sexual orientation to be added into the ordinance. And this type of discrimination phrase was listed in my last job as one of the reasons that they put me on probation. And I have sincerely held religious beliefs about some of this, and they used that against me in my last job. And eventually I was fired while still under probation because they extended the probation with this statement. In other words, I wasn't protected from my sincerely held religious beliefs. And all they said was that they suspected that I held on to a belief that was in conflict with this. And I didn't even make a statement. And it seems to me that this is enforced unfairly as it is currently, and those of us of sincere religious persuasion are not granted the protection that we supposedly do have. And I don't see any way around that. I don't see that our community or our agencies that would afford the protection to us would be of a persuasion to afford protection to those of us of religious conviction in this matter. In another case, I was fired because of my religious statements in my email address, in my email signature, and it was nothing offensive, but I took that case to the Human Rights Commission and was not even taken seriously. I just don't feel that this can be enforced fairly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Barb Clark, C-L-A-R-K, Barbara Clark. I'm wearing two hats today, two separate hats. I am a board member of the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, and I am also it's been about 7 years, one of the co-advisors of the Gay Straight Alliance at West High School, where I teach. I'd first like to read a letter from our interim minister at the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship. Madam Chairperson and members of the Anchorage Assembly, I'm writing as the interim minister and appointed representative of the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship to ask for your support of Amendment 64S to the Anchorage Municipal Code. We applaud the Anchorage Assembly for attempting to provide protection under the law for people who have been and continue to be marginalized and discriminated against because of their sexual orientation. The centuries-old prejudice against gay and lesbian, bisexual, and transgendered persons is biblically based and religious in origin. The Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship is a religious congregation that honors the principle of separation of church and state by making a payment in lieu of taxes each year to the municipality of Anchorage. As people who heed the guidance of reason and the wisdom of science, we know that an individual's sexual orientation is not a choice. Our civil institutions have wisely absented themselves from overseeing the bedrooms of consenting heterosexual adults. It is time our society stepped out of the private lives of homosexual, bisexual, and transgendered citizens as well. We strongly encourage the municipality of Anchorage Assembly members to vote in favor of this ordinance and provide much needed protection for gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgendered citizens from discrimination in housing, employment, education, municipal business, financial services, and public accommodations. Thank you, and that's signed Beatrice Hitchcock, who is the interim minister at the AUUF. I've also been an advisor for the one of the area high school GSAs for a long time. I was one of those advisors when the Anchorage School District in 2003 included sexual orientation under its anti-discrimination practices. One of your previous folks testifying said that he had noticed when he goes into West High School that it's a much different place than it was a few years ago. We do post signs saying GSA, meeting in room 14, please come. There are safe space stickers on a lot of classroom doors letting folks know that if they're feeling unsafe or feeling harassed or hassled, there's a place where they can go. It's better. It's not what it ought to be yet. You can still walk down the halls at West High School and hear the F word.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
You do have a question, though. Sheila, that was it? No? Sorry, that's from leftover. No questions. Thank you. Please come forward. And if I could also ask Benjamin Krasinuk, Deborah Bronson, and Thomas, it's either Doty or Dottie, I'm not sure. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Michael Keys. I am a homeowner and resident of Anchorage. I also serve as bishop of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America here in Alaska. I speak in favor of the amendment with some changes. I start with a clarification. First of all, I cannot speak for all Lutherans in Anchorage, but I do represent the views and the social statements of the ELCA over the since 1970, when we began issues saying that the protection of gay and lesbian people is essential to a civil society and the rights of that society. One of the things that I think is very important is as I sat through last week's meeting in the other hallway, it was much noisier and a lot more judgment on both sides. coming forward. Two of the things that came very clear. One is that both for those opposed to the ordinance, it seems like fear and righteousness are a driving force. Fear caused by some unseen, unknowable consequences to business, families, civil order, religious conscience. Those who have a responsibility to act upon these issues, as we heard last night in the meeting with religious leaders, have been very clear that this is an enforceable issue and that religious organizations and ministerial exemptions are very clear. That seemed very clear at the meeting last night. It was interesting that around me, as people both cheered and clapped for different issues, I was confronted by people saying that I was ignorant of Scripture, that I was ignoring many of the statements that Jesus made about homosexuality. I guess I take some offense at that perception, but also the perception that says that Christians have one single perspective on this issue. As a person of faith, as a disciple of Jesus Christ, with 2 master's degrees in theology and ministry and 32 years of pastoral experience, I can discuss and even argue for a biblical and ethical rationale to support this ordinance. But that is not what this is about. This ordinance is simply an issue of justice and equality. I see no gay agenda. I see legal protection for people no matter what race, color, sex, sexual orientation, religion, national origin, marital status, age, or physical and mental disability have. I see no special rights. In the testimony that was given last week, it was clear that people were missing the context in which these phrases are being set. I think it is essential that we understand that it is set within a whole group of protected classes. And I think that is some of which are by innate and some of which are gender.
Thank you so much. Just a minute. Dr. Selfridge?
One question, 2 questions. One is that, did you say the ELCA?
Yeah, the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America.
Okay, and then secondly, you said you supported this, but you proposed one change. What is that change?
I think a couple things. I think that there is some language in the ordinance that really needs to be cleaned up. I think some conversation around the word perceived needs to be dealt with. I think that was testimony from last week. I also think that as part of the ordinance itself, the religious and the ministerial exemption need to be stated as part and an understood component of this ordinance. Because without those components, there is going to be a lot of concern raised by religious and organizations.
Thank you.
Ms. Drummond, you had a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, very much for coming. If you were not finished with your testimony, I would appreciate hearing the rest of it. It sounds like you just have a couple of sentences.
One of the things that I think was very clear from last week is that the commentary in the other room, the cheering and the comments that were made around me, and I heard it from many other people, it to me is the best example of why this ordinance is essential. Because there is that attitude and judgment and prejudice, which means that people have prejudged individuals based on a characteristic or a choice. And I don't think in Anchorage we have room for that kind of prejudice and discrimination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Madam Chair, members of this assembly, my name is Deborah Bronson, B-R-O-N-S-O-N. As a mother of 2, I have occasion to be convinced of a good many things. As a citizen of Anchorage, I feel as though I am being convinced that this ordinance is good for my city, myself, and my children. I have a few questions. Why is such an important ordinance seemingly pushed through as quickly as this? Does the speed mean that there is something in this ordinance that the citizens of Anchorage would not approve of if they were given time to really figure out what it contains? Apparently, a city attorney had told you there was no real cost associated with this ordinance, but does that really make sense? Can you really logically believe that an ordinance such as this would not greatly increase costs due to an increase in many court cases? Do you believe that your children when they tell you of a great new something that is free? I am also curious as to why some members of this assembly who've claimed to be conservative seem to be so willing to vote for such an obviously liberal ordinance without a fight. Indeed, they are working with others to force this onto our city. This does not make sense to me, a voting citizen of Anchorage, and I would be very ready to vote against these hidden liberals who do not mirror the morals of the majority of our city. I am sorry to say, but anytime the ACLU has their fingers in things, I automatically wonder what they're up to. As has been brought up previously, I also wonder what sort of discrimination individuals have documented in our city. I have heard of discrimination last week in other cities and states. I have heard some from the city of Anchorage here. I would like to make sure that those are documented. I am concerned with what this ordinance will do to the various organizations in our city which are founded on their religious beliefs. What will happen to the Catholic, Mormon, other private adoption agencies, religious schools, and the many other institutions and businesses which are owned and operated by the individuals with deep convictions on this issue? There is no way for you to assure me that they will be able to continue to do the good they have done in the past. This will certainly not benefit me, my children, nor my community. Last Tuesday, as you were assuring us this ordinance would not allow men dressed in drag into the restrooms, 2 men in drag entered the women's restroom right outside the chamber where 2 teenage girls were. As a mother of a teenage girl, I am appalled that you are putting my daughter into this kind of jeopardy. Based on this, no amount of your assurances will convince me this ordinance will not harm more than it will help. I believe this is to be a flawed, extremely invasive ordinance. I believe this ordinance is a direct attack on my First Amendment rights for the freedom of my religion. I am extremely saddened that it is being rushed through under a mayor which was not voted in by the people of our state or of our city. I believe that the great number of people who have taken time out of their short Alaskan summer to come here, and I'll stop.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, members of the Assembly, and to you too, unelected Mayor Klayman. I'm glad to see you could take time out of your busy travel schedule to attend this meeting tonight.
Sir, you got to tell us your name.
I'm getting to that right now.
Okay.
I was welcoming to the committee.
Okay.
My name is Tom Duty. I'm an Anchorage resident, property owner, have a very good memory, and I vote in every election. I urge a no vote on the proposed changes to the ordinance. As an old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The assemblies in the 70s, 80s, and 90s attempted to include homosexual orientation in our city's discrimination laws. What makes you think the majority of Anchorage voters wants this changed now? I want to remind you also that the U.S. government does not allow open homosexuals as member of the Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and don't forget the Navy like you did in the first hurried-up version of this ordinance. If taken to court by a homosexual who perceives discrimination, a liberal judge might even deny the U.S. military the use of Anchorage services. It has happened in other cities with this type of law. Will this proposed ordinance also require Anchorage schools to prohibit ROTC in the high schools and on the university campuses in Anchorage? Remember, ROTC is also part of the U.S. military. This ordinance is so poorly written that it has been revised at least twice in the last 2 weeks. First, you added the military, except the Navy, as a protected group. Then you took the military veterans out of the protected group. As an Army veteran, am I not protected now? Then you changed the ordinance to eliminate small businesses with 4 or fewer employees. And lastly, you clarified the rules of transsexuals using public bathrooms. It is so unclear now, I don't know what the law is or will be if this ordinance passes. Can any man put on a dress and go into the women's bathroom and observe without touching and still be legal? At last week's meeting, the liberal attorney answered Mr. Flynn's question about this, saying, stalking and assault laws would prohibit cross-dressers in the bathroom of the opposite sex. My point is this: can a cross-dressing transsexual just stand and observe in the bathroom without being in violation of the proposed law? The attorney didn't answer that question. Can a female transsexual come into the men's bathroom at the Sullivan Arena and watch men using the trough urinals? Since this isn't stalking or assault, I think it could be legal. We learned from last week that the in-between transsexual, as well from an in-between transsexual as well as a psychiatrist that it is required for them to live 1 to 3 years in the opposite sex before having sex change operation. During this period of time, which public bathroom do they use? What prevents anyone with a sick perversion from saying that he or she is in their 3-year waiting period and just needed to use the bathroom of the opposite sex, especially while children are in the bathroom? Can you answer this question for me? Last week we heard that the Equal Rights Committee...
Sorry. Thank you, sir. I'd like to call Ryan Hutton, Ivan Ilutikova, maybe? Elena Ilitsky, I'm sorry about this, names, and Werner Wilson. Please come forward, sir.
Yeah, my name was on the list for last week, and they called it, and I wasn't here, and they told me to come up.
What was your name?
My name is Sigvald Juliuson.
It's right here. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Sigvald Juliuson. I was born in Anchorage 48 years ago. I was in high school when that assembly first passed the first ordinance, and as a young gay man, the hate that came out and really affected my life, my young adult childhood, being told I was less than, not as good as, that God hated me, all those things, and it caused me to go down some paths that I wish I wouldn't have gone down. But you know, I do know that God loves me, that God created me the way I am, and that and I urge all of you to support the young gay and bi and transgendered youth of this city when they're coming of age and having all the questions and everything that is brought to them, that at least they know that they have a right, that they are good enough. They're good enough to be protected in this city. You know, I coordinate a gay natives men's group. You know, I am Alaska Native. I have experienced more prejudice from being gay than I have been for being Native. It's a HIV prevention for gay Native men. It's called the Alaska Native Aurora Society. And CDC in the state of Alaska believe that in order for gay men to make good choices, they need to have self-love and self-respect. And by you voting no, that would be saying that they are not good enough. And if we want a healthy community, everybody needs to have self-dignity. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you for coming. It appears that we're caught up on the list here, so I'm going to try to call more than 3. Oh, did I call you? Okay, if people could come forward, it would help a lot. And I'd like to call Reverend Connie Jones, Thomas Davis, and it looks like Gina Ashman. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm here my last name, but first name, correct or not? My name's Sergey Ilnitsky.
Oh, just a minute, I'm sorry.
My name's Sergey Ilnitsky. I hear my last name,
Okay,
but...
hold on a second. I think I got you.
Number
Yes.
355?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, dear Mayor, dear Assembly. My name is Sergey Ilnitsky. I stayed in Anchorage almost 8 years. I have family, my wife, 6 kids, 2 grandkids, and I represent right now Slavic people in Anchorage. And I say for 64 no, because this is dead culture. Everybody understand regular people, the tradition family, this correct family. And many people, I told about this today, many people say, please say, Slavic people say no, because between homosexuals and gays people, many more disease, and I asking you please cover our next generation, because our children asking too, if talking about something problem like gays or lesbians say we have problem like discrimination, I don't know correctly about this, but my daughter, she was working in a restaurant, and the restaurant was working couple of lesbians, and she was discriminated because she don't like have close contact with that girls. And this was in last year. Her name is Zori. And I ask you, please cover youth people here, cover of next generation. This is very important for Anchorage because this is our future. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Werner Wilson. I want to thank Mayor Clayman and Assemblymember Flynn for advocating for this ordinance. I respect you. It takes a lot of heart, understanding, and tolerance to do this. I was born in gay Eskimo. I'm a minority within a minority. It hasn't been easy. I've experienced racism. I've experienced gay bashing pretty much my entire life. But I think I've done a good job where I'm from, and people actually respect me now, even though they know that I'm gay. And so I just want to emphasize that one of my friends is over in Afghanistan right now. He's a soldier. He's one of my best friends, and he's putting himself in harm's way for our country. And if the military happens to find out if he's gay, they could fire him even after he's served on there for years. And I know so many other soldiers, police officers, doctors, nurses, and firefighters who are gay. I hope all of you red shirts who benefit from their service here will one day be thankful that they are not fired for being who they are, because they helped you and our great nation stay alive. We do not have protections at the federal level, state level, at the local level from discrimination here in Anchorage. I work hard, I pay my taxes, I sacrificed a lot to go to school, to get educated, so that I could give back to my family, community, and country, and I intend to continue to do that. As this gay discrimination has really hurt not only Alaska and Anchorage, but America. And I have a lot of studies and polls that were done. This is a great study right here, Bias in the Workplace, Consistent Evidence of Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Discrimination. It was done by the UCLA Williams Institute. They compiled studies, surveys, polls, and did controlled experiments, and found that, up to 68% of LGBT people reported discrimination in the workplace. They also found that gay men earn, on average, 10 to 32% less than similarly qualified men. There's so many other polls. This one's a survey by the Harris Interactive Polling Institute that shows that 2 out of 5 gay and lesbian adults in America's workplaces report facing some form of hostility or harassment on the job. This one by Reuters that was conducted by the University of New Hampshire. They did 91,000 surveys from the census. Reported that gay men can earn 23% less than married men. This is another survey, gays discrimination in the workplace decreases productivity. The University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee found that it's, and so there's a lot of things. And I would just like to say, okay, thank you. Thank
you very much. Appreciate it.
But yeah, thank you.
Wait a minute, you have a question. Ms. Drummond.
Anybody who wants to talk to me after.
Mr. Wilson, come back. I hope you will share those studies with the Assembly. If you can give them to the clerk, she'll copy them and distribute them to us.
I would love to, because
thank you very much for coming.
Where could I put this? Thank you.
Please come forward.
Madam Chair, I am not the Reverend Connie Jones. My name is Sarah Gavitt from St. Mary's Episcopal Church. Connie was planning on testifying this evening, but unfortunately is hospitalized.
I did get that message. I want to apologize to you, but we've been consistently not letting people substitute. We've had requests of husbands for wives and wives to husbands, and if I let you, then I've basically goofed up with a whole lot of other people. I did get the message, thank you. And you're free to sign up later.
Can I bring it up?
You can give that to her, but I can't let you on the list right now. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Davis. I live in Anchorage. I also pastor a church in Chugiak Christ Temple Apostolic Church. Thank you, Assembly members and Mayor Clement. I'm here tonight to oppose this ordinance for several reasons. And as I talk with many in the community on both sides of this issue, it seems that there needs to be more education on the subject matter in which we are talking about. There are feelings on both sides, and I believe time needs to be given in order to deal with this issue the way it needs to be dealt with. And I think if you ask people on both sides, they will agree with that, especially in the fact that this ordinance, since it has been brought out, has been rewritten several times. Also, when you wrote it and added the veterans into it, and then they found out that there was some more work to be done, they asked for it to be removed, and you all removed it. There's been repeated asking to remove it or to set it aside or to put a task force together so that we can better understand and work with this ordinance that is being put before us. And I would urge us to do so, because I think we have in this community men, women who are able to come together, sit down, and talk about the issue that is before us and be able to come up with some good understanding on how we can go about living together. As a pastor, I do not discriminate against gays, lesbians, or anyone. There are behavioral issues. There are different things in a lot of areas, but we have to be able to sit down and talk to one another. We have to be able to sit down and get along. I may not like some things that people do, but as a pastor, I'm required to sit down and to talk to them and to help them and to see what we can do to resolve the problem or the issue that is before us. And I think in this situation, it warrants for us to sit down and look at it instead of rushing it through, giving us time to put it together so that when we bring it before the body, we bring it before the people, that it is something that we all can work with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christine Kirka, Teresa Lundy, and Michael Pankio, I hope. And before you start, I just want to clarify, because a couple of people have mentioned it. When the Assembly has S versions, that doesn't mean that a previous version is necessarily changed. That means something is introduced and somebody else has a different approach, and so they're going to introduce something else. The Assembly may pick any one of those versions to debate. So at this point, nothing has been done, nothing has been changed. Those are just three proposals that we have out there to think about. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. Go ahead.
My name is Gina Ashman, A-S-H-M-A-N. I am a resident of Anchorage. And to the chair, I'd just like to mention procedurally, as someone who sat in the other room both nights, there are louder outbursts there that you may not be aware of, and it is difficult sometimes to hear your name called. One recommendation I would make is that you occasionally say what number you're on, because I know when I signed up, I paid attention to my number, but I have no idea the names before me. And that might help people. Oh, yes.
Tonight that's happening?
Yes.
Okay. I wonder if we had security just kind of casually walk through that room occasionally. It might be helpful, but I will try that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
We reset our time, perhaps, ma'am?
Yeah, should we reset her time? Sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. When I first heard about this proposed ordinance, I immediately sent an email to the Assembly representatives in my district to encourage their support of the ordinance. And this is before it became a hot issue in the public debate. When it became obviously controversial, I emailed the entire body here to express my support. However, I do feel so strongly enough about this issue that I wanted to appear in person. As this became a prominent news item, I became concerned about the distorted claims that the ordinance would permit special rights and also some certain hypothetical behaviors or situations that could arise as a result. Since there has since been various articles, blogs, and memoranda that have addressed these concerns, and I hope that these are part of the Assembly's full review of the issue. Therefore, I won't repeat them here. Furthermore, arguments in support of the ordinance were made in testimony last week, and rather than restate them, I'd like to refer to the statements by Ms. Mendel, Ms. Huntington, Mr. Williams, and also the pastor from St. Mary's, who I apologize I missed his name, which best represents my beliefs as well. Two arguments I heard in the testimony against the ordinance that I would like to address are, first, that some seem to question if the problem of discrimination is significant enough to warrant a change in the law at this point. My question to you is, how do you measure significant enough? Isn't any discrimination too much when the municipality is declared to be offering equal opportunity for all of its citizens? I think the testimony and other evidence has demonstrated that discrimination does occur in Anchorage. Secondly, in deciding that such discrimination should not be tolerated, it shouldn't matter if you believe sexual orientation is biological or a matter of choice. Persons have argued that sexual orientation does not merit the same protections as characteristics such as race, gender, and age because it is a behavioral or a choice. Yet the law does protect persons on the basis of religion and marital status, which are themselves behavioral choices. Therefore, I encourage the Assembly to continue to work on modifying the S versions by consulting legal experts and various organizations such as the Human Rights Campaign as necessary to write the best law possible. But please don't put this off to a task force. Please support equal rights for all Anchorage citizens now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's come forward. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you to the mayor and the assembly members, and thank you for your patience to listen to all of us give our 2 cents. My name is Christine Kirka, and I have been a resident of Eagle River all of my life. And I just have a few reminders, a few comments, maybe a few questions, but I'll keep it to 3 minutes. First of all, it's a good thing to remember. It has been quoted before, but I'll say it again. Our Declaration of Independence says some things very clearly. One of the most important things it does say is a reminder that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it follows that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. We need to consider what those words really mean. Sometimes people interpret them in various different ways, and I'm sure both sides will use them. What does it mean to be endowed? It means to be gifted with a natural gift, an attribute. What does it mean that something's unalienable? It's of that which cannot be given or taken away. It's something that is inherent or intrinsic to the person. When we're referring to a creator, that does seem obvious, but I will go over that as well. Someone who creates, the creator God, or as maker of the universe and of all of life. This has been spoken about repetitiously, that we are all children of God, and I'm really glad that that has been repeated so many times, because people do feel very strongly about this, and I think there can be some great confusion. And when people get excited, they sometimes get a little angry because they're trying to get up the energy to come up here and speak, and that makes them nervous. But I want to clarify. Every person here, every human being is valuable. Everyone is unique, and they are worthy of being valued because they are a human being. And the value of the person does not change based on identification, intelligence, orientation, strengths or weaknesses. This is a really important point to consider. The intrinsic value of the person is distinct from their self-identification or their orientation or their choices. But consider for a moment, while all people are created with equal value, all of their actions may or may not be equally good or valid. How you identify yourself and how you act are not one in the same, and your equal value and your actions are not one and the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
My name is Teresa Lundy. I've lived in Alaska for 30 years. I've been involved in the medical community, the banking community, and the church community. This is nervous up here, isn't it?
Try not to make it that way.
There's many things that have been addressed that I don't really want to go into because they've already been spoken about. I really believe that this ordinance in several of the sections already says things that pertain to people who are discriminated, being discriminated against as individuals on account of race, color, sex, religion, national origin, marital status, age, or physical disabilities or mental disabilities. It's already in there. We already have protection under the ordinance already. I'd like to conclude first, just like that other gentleman did, in case I run out of time. I'd really encourage you to vote no against this ordinance. The amendment to this document is redundant and not necessary. I really believe that a special interest group has created divisiveness where none was, and there's a perceived thing about hate crime mentality. I'm involved in the homosexual community here in Anchorage as well as when I lived in Sitka, and I don't hate or am I a bigot or do I have any ought against the homosexual community. We are protected under the Constitution, all of us. I would really like to see statistics stating the persecution, the discrimination, loss of jobs, loss of apartments. I'd like to see the stats from 2008, 2009 regarding this, not something from the 80s. I might change my mind if I could see stats in front of me, because that is wrong. In closing, I'm really not saying a lot of things that I had planned to, but in closing, I would like to address the homosexual community of Anchorage and apologize on behalf of the church that has discriminated against you, made you feel less than, and I apologize for that because that's wrong. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for coming. I'd like to call number 124, Kathleen Eustace, number 125, Jamila Said, and number 126, Tom Cobo, and also number 94, Clinton. Oh, that's the one that's gone. Never mind. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Michael Pankin, Pankion. I'm male, a Christian, and I'm short, and I've been discriminated against on all of those, so it's just one of those things. The information I have tonight is according to the CDC, non-religious, non-partisan, non-political medical organizations devoted to the protection of the public health. It is a fact that homosexuality and sexual deviant behavior causes a high risk to the public health. Research gathered by the CDC found significantly higher rates of sexually transmitted diseases among homosexuals. They are the carriers of over 50% of all HIV/AIDS cases. They represent less than 5% of the population. The HIV pandemic is now sought after by people called bug chasers. According to the Gay and Lesbian Medical Association and Rolling Stone magazine, bug chasing is the new high-risk behavior. According to a profile of 2,500 homosexual people published by the Journal of Sex and Research, 97.3% of those profiled claim to have had between 101 and 500 partners over the course of their lifetime. Half of all homosexuals and other sexual deviants will not live to see the age of 65. Homosexual behavior can reduce a male lifespan by 20 years. A male smoker loses up to 13.2 years of life. The Journal of Social Service Research found that more than half of lesbian respondents reported having been abused by a female partner or lover. But married heterosexual women experience the lowest rates of domestic violence compared to any other type of relationship they can be in. According to this, the Bible has called sexual deviance in all of its forms an abomination. One of the strengths of the homosexual rights movement is that no one wants to talk about what they do or how damaging their behavior can be. Government, by its nature, discriminates for the benefit of the majority of those governed. Smoking is discriminated against because of its health hazard. Alcoholism for the same reason. People receive vaccinations against infectious diseases, can be and are quarantined until they are no longer a health or threat to the people. This ordinance will not serve the majority of those governed. It will allow greater health risks to the general public. I would recommend that you vote no on this ordinance. My primary source is homosexuality, a public health disaster, and I have copies for everyone.
Thank you very much. You can give the copies to the clerk, all right? Please come forward. Ma'am, please come forward. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Eustace, and I've lived in Anchorage since I was in 3rd grade. And I want to thank you for listening, and I hope you haven't solidly made up your mind before everyone has had a chance to speak. I ask you to vote no. I think they've all said everything I was going to say, except that in the exemptions for religious organizations, there's no exemption for individuals like myself. I do attend church, and I have taught Sunday school since I was in high school, and I love the Lord Jesus, and He loves every one of us. He cares for everyone who's here, who's saying, don't vote for it, everyone who's saying, to vote for it. He hears their cries, and it breaks His heart, because He wants everyone to know He loves all of us, even if we are self-deluded, even if we are convinced that our way is right over someone else's way of rightness. He cares for us. And I want to let you know that I care. But I didn't care when I first heard about this. I was just mad because it didn't have an exemption for me as an individual to say, I object, I don't want this in my community, not in my town. But He cares. And I can't quite get to that point where I can say He wants this to pass, because I'm not Him. I can just say that as people have come up here to speak, they have poured out their hearts. And some of you members of the municipality assembly have asked more questions of the people who are for it than who are against. Not all, but most of them. And I'm sad about that, because it seems that you already are prejudiced toward those who support it. Because I don't want this in my community. But at the same time, I would like to know somebody who is gay, because I don't think I know anybody who is. And I don't know what their issues are, because I've never talked with them. And I think that's sad, because we're all members in this community. We're really sad that this community is so divided, and because we're Anchorage, and we should be supporting each other. But I still don't like it. I don't like all the reversions, and I don't know what the current one is, because I tried to download it this afternoon. I couldn't find any differences from the last time I saw it. So I just thank you for hearing our
Thank
concerns.
you for coming. Thank you. Please come forward.
My name is Jamelia Saeed, S-A-I-E-D. I've been a resident of Anchorage since 1993. In the name of disclosure, let me say I am a single, straight Christian mother of 3 children who are grown, all of whom are straight. I have 3 points to make: 1 personal, 1 professional, and 1 historical. On the personal note, my youngest son began at the age of 12 in Alton North's summer youth program. He worked with Jay Browse and Jean Dugan for over 8 years, and they mentored him both professionally and personally. They did everything they could to develop his creativity, helped him. I mean, he ended up winning an international film award through them. They took him to a international conference in Washington, D.C. He is still, since Jay and Jean moved to London so that they could be legally married, they still provide support to him. Never once did they try to convert him, make any pressure on him to become homosexual, or anything of that sort. They were very understanding in helping him become a heterosexual young man. On a professional note, I'm a professional counselor and have been operating in Anchorage for 15 years. As such, I can assure you, discrimination is alive and well. I have had 2 clients, one a teenager who we lost, who committed suicide because of discrimination that he was suffering both at school and from his parents. I had another client who is a doctor who lost his position once it was determined that came out that he was gay. This is a very real issue. It's not something that is make-believe. On a historical note, change is very slow to happen. In 1954, when the Supreme Court ruled in Brown versus Board of Education, the country went up in uproar. This is outrageous. We can't have this. It's taken us 60 years for those changes to be implemented, and there's still places where they aren't. As lawmakers, you have a responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I'd like to call, please, number 127, Mark Bonfield, number 128, Tammy Lubitsch, number 129, Joanne Newmeyer, number 103, Julie Berry. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Thomas Cobalt signed up last week to speak and had to leave town. He's not able to be here. I understand I cannot speak for him, but as a director of a private Christian school, he would like me to just introduce his testimony to.
Okay, you can give the clerk, and you can certainly add your name to the list if you'd like to speak later. All right? Any of those people that I called here? All right, I'd like to call Archibald Campbell, number 130, 131, Christina Johannes, number 132, Jay Cross.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. I am Archibald Campbell. I'm the Executive Director of Let's Build a Family, local not-for-profit, and our business is to strengthen families and see the building of community take place. So in that capacity, I'm here to say to you pretty plainly that as we've considered this, we oppose Measure 64. It doesn't make sense in light of history to enshrine in law a behavior that is primarily a choice. As for discrimination and other issues, I'd like to address that in just a moment. But I would like to say, quoting an ancient and very wise king, do not move an ancient boundary stone. Don't do it. But on a very personal level, as a pastor for a number of years, I'd like to say that this issue goes a lot deeper. To the community that would identify themselves with homosexual behavior, lesbian, transgender, it is probably a fact that in many churches you have come and at times looking for help and actually felt distanced and pushed away. Various reasons for that, but none of them justifiable. According to the Scripture, anybody caught in any kind of bondage clearly has access to the Lord, forgiveness through repentance, and can be changed. But it's supposed to be accompanied by the aid and the support and the mentoring of Christians. We've not done an excellent job in that area, but things are changing. 2 Chronicles is pretty clear when it speaks to Christians and says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, that's us as Christians, and pray and seek my face and turn from their own wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, I'll forgive their sin, and I'll cleanse the land. So really, as a pastor, I want to say to Christians, it's appropriate for us to oppose what we believe is bad policy, or what would be bad policy. But at the same time, we must reach out the same hand that was reached to us, saying no to sinful behavior that will destroy our lives and others, but saying yes to those who want help and not pushing them away. So again, I want to remind you, not my words, but words enshrined in Scripture, don't move that ancient boundary.
Thank you so much. I'd like to call number 133, Dr. Leona Farr, number 134, Steve Francis, and number 135, Jan DeLand. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Christina Johannes, that's Johannes, and I have lived in Anchorage for 33 years. I prepared this testimony before I saw the new version, but it applies to all of them, unless I specifically say it's about a particular one. I understand that some members of the Assembly are concerned about the impact of this ordinance on freedom of religion, speech, and association, and thus have made some changes to the original ordinance. This is a legitimate concern. In areas where these ordinances have passed, these freedoms are greatly curtailed and even eliminated, and I think we've had evidence of that. The question before you is whether or not this or any previous version of the ordinance achieves the protection of those freedoms. Frankly, I cannot see how you can protect these freedoms while passing an ordinance such as this. They are mutually exclusive. In fact, isn't that the whole point of the ordinance? Is to take away somebody's choice and right to act on their beliefs in this particular area? Since we know the truth doesn't contradict itself, we are faced with the fact that either the freedoms of religion, speech, and association regarding this issue are bad, or this ordinance is bad. I have come to the conclusion that this ordinance is bad. Our rights do not flow from our sexual behavior, as this ordinance supposes. Our rights flow from our dignity as human persons created by God. As human persons living in society, we have the right and often the duty to judge the behavior in which humans engage with a view to outlawing, ignoring, or promoting it. I can't think of any other situation where we decide to promote or protect particular human behavior simply because someone engages in it. Quite the contrary, our acceptance of a behavior always follows a judgment of that behavior as contributing to the good of society in some fundamental way. That's the basic flaw of this proposal. It treats as self-evidently true that all sexual inclinations and behavior build up society. But society has not made this judgment, nor really even debated the issue in any substantial way. Thus, it's an ideological statement rather than a judgment of reason. So therefore, I ask you to reject all of these ordinances. And if I have a little time still left, I'll just say that in the new policy that you wrote, the paragraph B really actually states, to me at least, that the purpose of this ordinance is to take away the freedoms that we're discussing. Policy paragraph C does nothing. In placing sexual orientation as a protected category, you ipso facto remove any ability to exercise a religious objection through it as an individual. What is actual homosexual orientation? It's not clear. Are we talking about behavior or what? How do we know what it is? I think this is a mishmash. It's a bad law. It should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward. And if I've called your name, could you come closer, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is John Pruess. Last name is P-R-U-E-S-S. So, Mr. Mayor, Assembly, thank you for allowing me to testify before you tonight. Thank you, too, for taking testimony from so many people concerned about this very important issue. Undoubtedly, some of what you've heard has been repetitious, but I think you needed to hear it to get a better understanding of the way your constituents feel. It's also very helpful because I'm young, my relatively limited experience, I've noticed that people who are politically active, who protest, who are consumers of government, and who attend meetings such as this are students and other such people with an abundance of time on their hands. I was lucky enough tonight to be able to set aside my responsibilities to God, family, work, and community to come down here for a few hours and do this. And I think I'm an authentic representative of a large but sadly often silent majority. And I have really just 2 points to make. The first is that this ordinance should not be passed because we do not need yet another protected group with special rights. We need to stick with the concept that we have in America of equal rights. And we do not need to hurt the many because we are providing some special rights for a few who base their identity on what is essentially a choice. And secondly, this ordinance should not be passed because it's simply bad law. I'm not a lawyer, but even as I read through that, I think that a skilled lawyer could poke holes in this left and right. And it does not provide necessary protections for churches, for people of religious belief, and really anybody of a belief that is contrary to the homosexual agenda. And therefore, I would urge you to reject this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Ilona Farr. I'm a family practice physician here in Anchorage, Alaska, lifelong Alaskan resident, and I've been practicing for 25 years. Basically, I've lived in 10 different communities here in Alaska. In over 100,000 patient encounters over the last 25 years, I have had no complaints of sexual orientation discrimination, and I have a very diverse practice. Most of my patients are very high in the community that have different sexual orientations. So I decided to find out if my experience was unique. So this weekend, when I was in Seward, there were 170 physicians there. There were approximately 100 from Alaska, all different communities. I asked one question: have you guys seen sexual orientation discrimination in your practices among all of your patients? There were 4 examples total, and those physicians had been in practice anywhere from 1 to 50 years, and I figure they have over 6 million patient encounters. The 4 examples were as follows. One in New York was a custody issue. One in Minnesota 15 years ago involved an ICU. One in Anchorage 28 years ago involved a public official and one person job discrimination here in Anchorage. We spent approximately 3 to 5 minutes on the issue because we were more concerned about being able to keep our job as physicians with the new health care reform. I'm opposed to this issue because there's lack of evidence. It's going to be extremely costly. It's going to increase bureaucracy and decrease the freedoms of each and every one of us, and I will explain in a minute. It's very discriminatory, and I'll explain that too. It's a social issue that predates Christianity by 400 years, and I have quotes from Plato, and I think it's extremely poor wording. One, it's going to be costly to remodel all the bathrooms if you do pass this issue. You're going to have to go to unisex facilities, and you're going to have to also put this on the ballot to see if this is the true will of the people. I think there's going to be a lot of lawsuits, especially for those of us that are in small businesses. It's also going to increase the bureaucracy and decrease freedom of choice for all of us. There are many rules already in place to protect all of us from discrimination. Medicare started out to prevent health care discrimination for the elderly poor. Now I am facing 100,000 pages of rules and regulations that interfere with my ability to care for these same people. And I'm afraid the more rules and regulations we have, it's going to interfere with the freedom for all of us. Doggone it. This ordinance is extremely discriminatory in itself. There's 49 sexual disorder codes in the book that I have to code for. There's 547 different types of sexual philias. Why are these 4 okay and the rest bad? You guys are going to have a lot of judges making these decisions for us. Who's going to decide? The poor wording regarding the toilets, you're going to have to use anatomically correct terms with this. Your wording is just not going to work. Hermaphrodites, as far as I'm concerned, are the only ones that get a choice in terms of bathrooms. This is a social issue that predates Christianity 2,500 years ago.
Thank you.
Can I conclude?
Thank you. Okay. Just a minute. You do have a question. You do have a question. Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I'm just interested, this is some of the, broadest testimony we've had, and I just wondered if you could summarize the rest of your comments.
Sure. Basically, what I was going to say, if this is a very poorly worded, costly, discriminatory ordinance with no evidence to support passage, and I urge you not to pass this, as it will cause many other special interest minority groups, such as the obese, cancer patients, people with pets, veterans, people with children, and others that I have seen a lot of discrimination in my practice. The quote I was going to use from Plato was,
I said I knew of a way to put into effect this law of ours which permits the sexual act only for its natural purpose, procreation, and forbids not homosexual relations in which the human race is deliberately murdered, but also the sowing of seeds on rocks and stone. And this is from 400 BC. So this is an issue that I really respect you guys for trying to do this in 20 hours of testimony because, again, it predates Christianity by hundreds of years. Do you have any other questions with regard to the medical issues or medical profession?
Thank you for your testimony. I will be interested in hearing how you think about this national health care business at some later date. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward, sir.
My name is Steve Francis. I debated about sharing this story because I know that we all, as human beings, have developed preconceived ideas based on limited information. And we're forced to, not forced to, but hopefully we pursue truth. And there's been debate over what truth is for a long, long time. And there's been fights over it. I moved here in 1981. And before there, I had a chance to live in a town called Loma Linda. Loma Linda, beautiful hill. I had a neighbor. And that neighbor was an outgoing person, a caring person, reaching out to people who were different than him. In fact, when I first showed up in Loma Linda, he showed me around and took time from his busy schedule. In January of '81, 2 months before I moved to Alaska, I received word that he was taken from his home unwillingly in front of his wife and 2 daughters, 2 and 3. And he was held by people against his will. And he was characterized. He was part of a group that was mischaracterized. He was mischaracterized because he had passion and wanted to share something that was very important to him. And that which was important to him was a message of love. He didn't get a chance to see his family after that. 48 days later, his name's Chet, and 48 days later, he was executed by people who didn't really know him, but by people who thought they knew him. And they had preconceived ideas planted there by other people. I've heard a lot of characterizations and mischaracterizations of people directed at both sides of this argument. The message that he wanted to share, that he was willing to die for, was one about Jesus Christ. He was down as a linguist in South America and translating the New Testament to people who didn't have a written language. He was okay. Thank you.
Wow. Thanks for coming, sir. At this point, I'd like to call 136 Nicole Jones, 137 Mary Morgan, 138 Kay Voska. Go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Jan DeLand. I was born here in Anchorage. I've lived here all my life. And I read in the newspaper this morning that the ordinance was changing again, and so I actually deleted a lot of my comments because I didn't realize that you were not changing it as you go, but you're putting all these different things out on the table. So I do believe there's a lot of confusion surrounding this whole issue, the way it's written, it's poorly written. And I have multiple problems with the language and the consequences that may come from that. There are lawyers, of course, on each side of the issue that believe differently. This is really premature to push this through. Alaska was the first state to protect traditional marriage by passing a constitutional amendment defining marriage as being only between one man and one woman. I believe that Ordinance 64 is an attempt to undermine that definition and concept. There are a lot of factual errors in the ordinance, all versions. Gender is not assigned at birth. There are 30,000 genes in the human body. 99% of them are the same in males and females, but the 1% that's different influences every cell in our bodies. Determining our gender is not a complicated process. To quote Jesus, who was actually quoting the Torah, he who created them from the beginning made them male and female. So, in other words, we're male or female. You can't be both or switch back and forth. Each male sperm carries an X or a Y chromosome, so our identity is actually contained in our DNA from the very moment that we are conceived. It's not assigned at birth. Homosexuality is a mindset and a behavior not rooted in the genetic makeup of an individual. This has been proven in scientific studies of identical twins. And there are a lot of people who actually have overcome homosexuality and changed their desires and behavior. The definition of sexual orientation is quite problematic. There are at least 30 forms of sexual deviancy listed by the American Psychiatric Association. The ordinance under consideration today is misguided, poorly crafted, does nothing to help the citizens of Anchorage who are confused about their gender or identity. Regarding the exception for religious...
I'm sorry, your time's up. Thank you, though. Thank you very much. And I'd like to call number 139, Ethan Berkowitz, number 140, Lyle Fairbairn, and 141, Richard V. Ford. Please come forward.
So before I start, may I find out who is the assembly person for the Government Hill area? Thank you. My name is Mary Morgan. I was on muni.org last night, and it listed tonight's meeting for tomorrow night instead of for tonight.
It's both nights.
Okay. Here at the meetings last week, I heard a lot of people say that they were afraid of losing their jobs, their homes, and had been denied medical treatment. I know the medical treatment is something that cannot be addressed here by this assembly. It's a state issue. It's a federal issue. Ordinance, I have both 64S and 64S1, and both of them are speaking to stop this sort of discrimination against people who with sexual problems. And yet I find that nobody seems to have evidence except for one person so far. No court, no judge will allow hearsay as evidence. So why are you trying to? 64S1 authorizes the Eagle Rights Commission to begin collecting such information, meaning they don't have any either. To the fear of being denied medical, oh, I said that one already, I'm sorry. Alaska law says that marriage is between a man and a woman. Therefore, it stands to reason that anyone can refuse anyone an apartment for any reason. Concerning number 520-020, how are you going to prove if someone comes to rent an apartment and they're denied because of, say, credit problems, and they scream sexual abuse? Are you going to have videotapes there? Are you going to have each manager, each owner start recording it? And will they then be able to give you the bill for that added expense? Concerning 520-030, the financial institutions and the insurance companies are not run by the city. They are run by federal law. And to me, it is a bit laughable that you guys think you can tell them who they can extend credit to and who they can insure. 520-050, again, you're trying to be above the federal law, which clearly says any business may reserve the right to refuse service to anyone. Where are the inclusions in this bill for the homeless? We all know they get kicked out of every business in town. Where are the inclusions in this bill for the blondes? There's more dumb blonde jokes than there are homosexual jokes. Why is it that...
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please come forward. It's helpful if you're closer, actually. And it appears I need to call more people. Number 142, Don Kosterman. Number 144, Chris Gergrich. And number 145, Jeremy Reynolds. Go ahead, please.
My name is Richard Ford, F-O-R-D, and I want to thank the Assembly for the opportunity to speak. I'm urging you to vote no on this ordinance. This is a very poorly crafted ordinance and will have many unintended consequences. It'll have so many that it's difficult to imagine why this body would even would ever support it. The impact of this will be very severe and pervasive. This is going to affect every aspect of this city's relationship with its citizens. It will cause division and strife because it has nothing to do with discrimination. It has to do with establishing another special protected class at the expense of ordinary citizens. Many of the unintended consequences will be evident at first. Will not be evident at first, but many attorneys in this town, including some of those on the Assembly, will become very wealthy because of the flood of lawsuits that will be caused by this ordinance, which is based on behavior. But make no mistake about it, this ordinance also has many pervasive intended consequences. One only needs to do the research. For example, about what happened in Boston to Religious Adoption Agency. This was an intended consequence. Other intended goals for the groups include the city's relationship to churches, Christian schools, same-sex marriage, businesses, landlords, the Boy Scouts, Salvation Army, and the list goes on. And think a moment about the financial impact when all the Christian schools are shut down. Don't forget there's over 2,000 students in Christian schools, and at an annual cost of about $14,000 per student, the homeowners in these cities will have to pay an additional $28 million to support the students in public schools that are closed as a result of this. That's a tremendous impact on homeowners. Closing Christian schools is the goal of this group the group supporting this ordinance. The increased tax burden to homeowners is only one of the many unintended consequences. Don't forget, this is a poorly written ordinance when you use the word perceived.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please come forward. Is there anyone else back there whose name's been called? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call 146, Rainey Yackel. 141, I'm sorry, your name I cannot. I think it's Ashley A. something. I'm sorry, I cannot. Number 142, Mary Elizabeth Ryder, and number 143, Summer Lefebvre. Please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chairperson, honored Assembly members, my name is Chris Gergich, and I have been working and living in Anchorage since my graduation 3 years ago. I own a home, I pay taxes, and I'm an active volunteer and a young professional. I'm here today to speak on behalf of those who can't speak for themselves because of the risk or the perceived risk that they may lose their jobs the next day. Tonight, I am risking my job to speak to you. I'm not out at work because of the fear of the negative retaliation. I cannot bring my loved ones to my work events. I cannot discuss my personal life with my coworkers or invite them to my home. Excuse me. Because regardless of my skills or training as a civil engineer, I could be held back or fired for being gay. I went to school and I have a degree for the work that I do, and in another year I'll have my professional license. My sexuality should not preclude a lifetime of effort spent to further my career. This ordinance is not about which bathrooms people use, but for the very basic of civil rights. What this is about is the protection under law of the rights of individuals to housing, credit, education, public accommodation, and employment. These are not special rights, but the basic human rights due to every individual. I'm also a landlord. I lease a shared unit in South Anchorage, and because I share my living space with my tenant, I am exempt from the discrimination laws. However, I give all people the chance that respond to my ad, the chance to meet me and get to know me, and I rent based on other merits, based on employment. I do this because it's the right thing to do, and not because the government tells me I have to. To the irrelevant argument of whether people are born gay or choose to be gay, religion is a choice. Race is not a choice, yet both are currently protected. This should not be an issue. We were all born from a man and a woman. Our parents are your friends and your neighbors, and we are their children, and we are no different, and we are not asking for special rights, but equal rights. This summer, we will open Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue to honor the great civil rights activist. Let this also be the year that we grant basic civil rights to all people in our city. Enough time has passed. Enough people have been victims to discrimination.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead, sir.
Evening. Before I begin, just a quick question. Can we fix the ruts on the Glen Highway before someone loses their life?
That's a statement.
That's the next meeting.
Good. Good night. Okay. So I'm coming to you as a business owner in the community. Been here since the 70s. I know I look young, but I have been here since the 70s.
And your name is?
My name is Jeremy Reynolds.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not used to being on TV. Sorry. The word that continues to rattle in my head is the word why. As a small business owner with over 70 employees, why would the city put additional unneeded, unnecessary pressure on my employees and staff? Did they not have enough pressure with this downsized economy, terrible returns on their 401k, and unfortunately increased deductibles with health care? Now you as a body have kicked the pressure into high gear in many workplaces throughout this community. Do I have gays and lesbians working for me? You betcha. Yes. I am proud to say I'm a business that has one of the most diverse employees in the community. I treat all employees with respect and have a true open door policy. People have a lot of daily struggles. To some, work is looked at as the best part of their day. My employees are hired because they have asked for an opportunity, and I have proudly given them a chance. All employees follow specific policies and procedures, and yes, I have terminated employees for breaking these policies. Policies including discrimination and harassment. I have never tolerated a hostile work environment. I ask that you continue to allow employers the freedom to run their businesses as capitalists without fear of unnecessary lawsuits when we make employment choices. Employers, if you have made poor business choices in the past, make the necessary changes now. My worry is when I have a need to hire employees. For example, say I have 3 openings, 50 applicants, and interview 15 of these applicants. Without knowing, I interview a homosexual. I fill the positions. I get a call from the homosexual asking if I filled those positions. I proudly say yes. I hired the best candidates. Why didn't you hire me? Was it because I'm gay? I better get my checkbook out and hire me a good attorney. There are over 300,000 people living in Anchorage. Just how many are gay and lesbian? And out of these totals, how many of these proud citizens want nothing to do with this proposed ordinance? I dare say the majority of gays and lesbians in Anchorage are happy with their jobs and where they live currently and do not want this added pressure put on them. The majority opposing this ordinance, and let me finish, the majority...
I can't.
You let others finish.
Hold on.
Madam Chair, I have a
Just
question for the
moment.
gentleman.
You have 2 questions. I can't. Questions can be asked.
Okay.
There's 2. Mr. Gutierrez is first.
Thank you. You raise what I think is a very reasoned argument, and I understand the worries of business owners. What I struggle with is 40 years ago, a business owner just like you, who is trying very hard to do the right thing, and by the way, I wish there were more like you. I choose to believe the majority are like you. Stood before a body like this and substitute the word Hispanic for gay, substitute the word Asian for gay. You could face the same thing if an African American walks into your place of business. And I'm sure, you know, we've all been through hiring process. We know the rules that we have to follow. But should we remove those protections? Should we remove race? Should we remove gender from our equal protection clauses?
Absolutely not.
And why not? Well, it presents the same danger. That's what I'm struggling with. It presents the same danger to you.
It doesn't present the same danger because, unfortunately, there's a small group of individuals that are almost like a militia type of a force out there. Unfortunately, and trust me, I've been here since the 70s. I've seen this go on over and over. Every decade, the subject gets brought up. Every decade, they force. And unfortunately, sir, if this isn't passed this time, it's going to happen again, and it's going to happen. It's going to be brought before this body again. That's not the true intentions of this group. The true intentions is to get marriage passed here. The true intentions of this group is to just further their agenda. Has nothing to do with me as an employer. I'm a very fair employer. And I've had an African American ask me, is it because I'm African American? And I've said, absolutely not. You're a great guy. But I had other candidates that were more qualified than you.
And so you don't feel that same explanation?
And I would do that. And I would do that, absolutely. But would that be good enough? Would that be good enough?
Okay. I hear you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You have 3 questions, so hold on. 2. Mr. Starr.
Did you have other summary comments that would wrap up your argument clearly?
My summary comments is the majority opposing this ordinance will go home tonight to their houses, their apartments, and will wake up tomorrow and go to their jobs. That's the reality of this situation. It's not discrimination as a whole. Most of these people have jobs. You know, Anchorage has 7% unemployment, but it's more than just the gays and the lesbians that are unemployed. This is bigger than the gay and lesbians. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. If you could please come forward. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and members of the Assembly, hi, my name is Mary Elizabeth Ryder, and I live in City View. I'm testifying tonight in favor of protections about sexual orientation and gender expression. I'm a 29-year Alaskan, and my family homesteaded in the South Fork of Eagle River before statehood. My great-aunt, Elizabeth Carroll, was the librarian at Alaska Methodist University until it closed. She educated many people sitting here tonight. And those of you who weren't educated at AMU in the 70s, it's because you're newcomers. Now, she was attending services at Holy Family Cathedral during the Good Friday earthquake. Her brother, my great-uncle, the Reverend Thomas J. Carroll, marched on Selma with Martin Luther King Jr. when they prayed on that bridge with the police guns at ready. My mother's a Goldwater Republican. There's some diversity in my family. I was raised in the Catholic and the Orthodox Church. Neither one of them is particularly considered a beacon of progression. Alaskans have a very strong libertarian streak, even in Anchorage. We tolerate diversity in all its forms, but we really don't generally want to be told who to tolerate and how. And I think that's what you're seeing tonight. That's what you saw last week. That you'll see tomorrow night, and I think you'll see it next week as well. My homesteading great aunt and my civil rights marching great uncle, they would support this ordinance. I support this ordinance, and my mother would be concerned for my personal safety for saying so tonight, based on the outbursts and the threats outdoors last week and this evening even. I work with nonprofits and healthcare providers in Alaska, particularly in rural hubs. They're working hard to recruit a qualified workforce. As a result, there are high numbers of gay and lesbian people in rural areas. You might not have known that because we're in Anchorage. A healthy Anchorage actually helps keep those providers working in those rural areas. This type of discord that we're experiencing in Anchorage right now today exacerbates the workforce problems that rural communities are experiencing. Further, the U.S. Census shows that the Anchorage is actually a preferred retirement community for gay and lesbian people. I was shocked, but read the 2000 census report about Anchorage. I suggest that you want to keep Anchorage's seniors in Anchorage because those folks are mostly pretty high income, and that's good for business. The Alaska Commission on Aging has a fabulous report prepared by the McDowell Group that you might want to take a look at on this. I particularly support the inclusion of the perception of sexual orientation for a number of reasons, mainly because it's rather difficult to tell who is and who isn't straight or gay or anything like it. Non-gay people are affected by other people's perceptions that they might be gay and discriminated against as a result. Until the Equal Rights Commission is permitted to accept cases of potential discrimination, you won't have the data to show it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Oh, hold on. You have a question, ma'am. Could you come back, please? Could you come back, please?
Ms. Ryder,
Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
if you could repeat the name of the McDowell Group study, please. I've read a number of their studies, and I'd like to...
If you go to the Alaska Commission on Aging website, I think it's called the Economic, let's see, gosh. It's the Economic, Summer? Go to the Alaska Commission on Aging website. Great report, and it doesn't show poverty in our seniors. There is a poor population of seniors in Alaska. By and large, our seniors are in pretty good shape. They are good for business. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please come forward. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Summer LaFay. I live in Spenard. I'd like to thank all of you for your time. You've been very patient. You were patient last week, and I have a feeling you're going to be patient tomorrow. I am a social worker. I'm here with two hats tonight. I represent the National Association of Social Workers Alaska chapter. I'm the co-chair of their Social Action Committee. We support this ordinance. And I'd like to also dispel a few things that were said tonight. None of the major psychiatric helping professions believe that homosexuality or human sexuality, diversity of human sexuality, is a disorder. It is not a disorder. It is proven by research. You may look at the National Institute of Health. You can look at risk statistics. Many things have been said this evening that were very, very fuzzy. And I'm very concerned as a professional about that. The National Association of Social Workers advocates for an end of discrimination based on sexual orientation. All the major mental health professions recognize that homosexuality is a normal form of human sexuality and not a mental disorder. The NSW policies and ethics support non-judgmental attitudes towards sexual orientation, and seek to increase awareness within our profession and our community of oppression, heterosexism, and internalized homophobia. And on a personal note, I'm straight. I'm out there and I'm watching. Many of my friends are gay. And I look at the hostility and the anger, and I see the dignity of the people that have stood up here before you tonight in the face of overwhelming bigotry, overwhelming judgment, and yet stand to speak and just to continue. If that's not oppression, what is? What is? Professional social workers have a rich tradition of activist concern regarding social inequities, such as racism and discrimination. To this end, a core mission of social work is to serve underrepresented and marginalized populations. Banning discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation represents the NASW membership of Alaska's desire to move towards a goal of redressing societal inequality and discrimination. Banning discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation also represents a measured, pragmatic response to unjust prejudice and discrimination in our community. I want to go further and say, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to call 144 Gail Stafford, 145 Greg Schmidt, and 146 Richard Pagel. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Sam Rose. I was told my name was called, so.
Well, say it
I'm up
again.
here. Sam Rose. I'll wait if it's not this
Go
time.
ahead and I'll look.
Help me. Do you remember your number?
This is in the 140s something. Okay.
Okay, I did. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. And I have one question before I start. I was asked to read a letter from Rabbi Oblath, and can I do that?
It will take your 3 minutes. You can only talk 3 minutes. So whatever
right.
you want to say in that, fine.
Okay.
But you can give us a copy and we can pass it out.
Okay. I think you have. I understand that you have
I got
copies
the
of it.
email.
What's that?
I got an email.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and read it, and then I'll see if I have time to read mine. As a member of the clergy, I find it a bit peculiar that there is a need for me to address these thoughts to you. You're dealing with an issue that is not a religious issue at all, but rather is a purely within the realm of a societal context. And that is proper. What is improper is the manipulation of prejudice behind a mask of religious intolerance of which even God would be ashamed. But on the other hand, as a leader of a community that has experienced prejudice and is often marginalized by many in the majority, I would wish to urge the Assembly to recognize that it is proper for you to consider the humanity of those you serve. It is so simple. As many have written before and said before, our society is founded on principles of equality and acceptance. We have, since the 18th century, worked towards the fulfillment of those ideals and dreams. We have refined and elevated our thinking. We have struggled to heal the prejudice and intolerance that strike at the very core of our society and our humanity, that prevent us from seeing our neighbors as we would long for them to see us. To pass this ordinance is a statement of the recognition that our society can indeed move toward healing. It is a necessary affirmation that when we protect the various marginalized segments of our society, we protect us all. I urge you to vote yes. Respectfully submitted, Rabbi Michael Oblath. I was born in Anchorage, Alaska. This is my comments here. I'm happy to say that Anchorage is much more diverse now than when I grew up here. I remember listening to stories that my dad told me. He was born and raised in France and escaped with his family just as the Nazis came in. They went to New York, and he told us that there were beaches that had signs on them that said, "No Jews and dogs allowed." We know that's wrong. We have decided as a society that people should not be allowed to discriminate based on religion, because religion is one of those things that are so fundamental to who we are. I think that a person's sexual preference, the sex of the person that you're attracted to, is also one of those basic defining characteristics. We don't choose it. We just feel it. It's time to say that people should not be discriminated against based on their sexual preference. Some people have stated that this ordinance is about special rights. I think it is about basic rights. It is about jobs. If someone is applying for a job, then they should be evaluated on their abilities, not whom they love. If they want to rent a room in a hotel, their ability to pay should be the determining factor. If they want to rent or buy a house, the decision should be made on what kind of credit risk they are and not who shares their bed. I also urge you to vote for the passage of this ordinance.
Thank you very much. Um, 149, Michael Dunsmore, 150, David Dunsmore, and 151, Regina Slater. Go ahead.
I'm 143.
Thank you.
Dr. Dan Kosterman, and I'm probably putting my career in jeopardy by getting up here.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Dan Kosterman. I'm an optometrist. I don't hate anybody, especially based on their sexual preference. When I've seen cytomegalovirus consuming the retina of an AIDS victim, I did not feel hatred or judgmentalism. I felt deep compassion for the person that was afflicted. I'm not here to say that one side's right and one side's wrong. The Bible says, judge not, that you be not judged. And I don't want to be judged as a hater if I don't agree with somebody, and I don't want to be judged as going to hell if I don't agree with somebody either. Because in the same way that you judge, you shall be judged yourself. You guys have a tough job. You got rights versus liberties here. Well, I mean, this is deep constitutional stuff. There's good people on both sides of the debate. There's some people that have acted like jerks. Some of the good people have acted like jerks. You know, it doesn't make one side right and one side wrong. You have a difficult job balancing reasonable demands, reasonable objections, but you have to consider the will of the people. Alaska Constitution, Section 2, the foundation of your authority is the will of the people. Is the will of the people for or against this ordinance? Is the will of the people to have this ordinance land on Matt Clayman's desk or Dan Sullivan's? Apologies to the acting mayor. I mean, this is a legitimate question. I remind you, and this will sound like an echo, that both the U.S. and Alaska Constitutions forbid the government to prohibit the free exercise of religion, ruling that one group of citizens will be required to violate their consciences is bad law. It causes otherwise law-abiding citizens to lose respect for the law and for your authority to make the law. If these consciences are informed by their religious faith and by the Bible, you violate their constitutional guarantee of protection if you force them to bruise their conscience. You have a heavy responsibility as leaders and lawmakers. Whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it's better for him that a heavy millstone be hung around his neck than to be drowned in the depths of the sea. I wouldn't want your job. In Vietnam, they had conscientious objectors, people who thought that going along with what they considered an immoral war would violate their conscience or religion, and they were given the benefit of the doubt to not participate. That might be an avenue you might want to consider. Rather than labeling one group of haters, why don't we give them the benefit of the doubt? And this ordinance puts courts in the position of having to read the intention of people's hearts. It gives a particular group the power to allege discrimination based on sexual orientation and burdens another group with the impossibility of proving a negative.
Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Michael Dunsmore. As you can see, there is just a tremendous amount of people that have turned up here to really fight against this legislation, and I think we should recognize that. I want you just to understand how many people are here to express their convictions. We can make a strong showing, and we are making it here, and we are making it now. And because of that, I would really like to ask everyone that's in here, and people that are in the auditorium across the way, if you just want to show your support to put this down, stand up, give a round of applause. And this is why you have to pass this ordinance. All these people here, Madam Chair, have tried to suggest that gays and lesbians do not face any discrimination in our community. And as you can see from the very actions that people have demonstrated by showing up this week and last week, that they have the belief that they should have the right to discriminate against other citizens of our city. And they want to discriminate not based on facts, not based on ability or work ethics or their own personal character, but just on their own private lives. This, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, this is the very reason why I ask you to please pass this ordinance. I was born in Anchorage, and I've lived here my whole life, and I had no idea the amount of prejudice that is beneath the surface of our citizens. I've never faced this before I came here last week, and I was so totally moved by that I felt the need to mention this and just to show you the amount of people that are here, not because they have something factual they want to show you, but just because they hate. And I just want to say that I've heard the other side of the argument. I've been around. I've been listening. And I'm not going to lie. Clearly, this ordinance is designed to protect a minority. But we have done so in many other facets of government and legislation. But the advantage of legislation like this is that it does not only protect the minority. This legislation doesn't only protect homosexuals. It will protect heterosexuals from the same amount of discrimination. And I feel strongly in saying this because I've worked with bosses that have been homosexual before. I haven't faced any discrimination from them, but I'm sure glad I hadn't. I'd like to be able to feel that I have the same protections. And that is the whole basis of equal rights, is equal protections. And this does not affect anybody's religious liberties. We're not telling someone how to believe or what ethics they should have. They are free to believe anything they want.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assembly.
And I'd like, if 110 Dmitry Fonov is here. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly and the Administration, I am Regina Slater, S-L-E-A-T-E-R, and I'm one of Mr. Birch's neighbors on the Mid-Hillside. I appear in favor of proposed Ordinance 64S, but I'm against 64S1. And I'm against S1 because it allows discrimination based on sexual orientation in employment, in personal care services, and in public accommodations where there's home occupation. In addition, Section 9 of S1, by adding B, C, and D to subsection 80 of our existing code, calls current rights to establish reasonable workplace rules into question. A civilized people should not allow tyranny by the most vocal group and should provide equal opportunity in housing, jobs, and all other aspects of life to everyone. Protecting against discrimination based on sexual orientation does not authorize or protect any sexual activity. Sexual orientation covers who people are, not what they do. The term has been defined by many courts, and it has a specific legal meaning. I work for an organization, the federal government, that by statute prohibits discrimination in the workplace based on sexual orientation. However, sexual activity in the workplace can still get you fired. Now, I want to note that in 18 years as a federal lawyer in Alaska, the only instances of sexual activity that I'm aware of were all heterosexual. And as an aside, federal buildings still have segregated restrooms. So, as was just said, I'm in favor of 64S because it protects everyone, regardless of their sexual orientation. It would protect the straight college grad who wants to work for an ad agency whose Senior partner thinks that only gays are creative. It'd protect the hetero couple who wants to move into a building that has prejudice against people who might have kids, But it also would protect the gay guy, our girl, who wants to work for a construction company. So I ask you please to look hard and listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call 152, Wanda Vaughn, 153, Phil Swires, 154, Neva Reese. Go ahead, please.
Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is David Dunsmore, and I'm here today testifying in favor of passing this ordinance to give equal rights to all of our citizens. As you know, this is obviously some of the bigger issues, and you have heard personal stories from people about how they have been discriminated against, how their family members, their loved ones have been discriminated against. You have been sitting there, and you know that no matter what anyone says or what anyone tries to spin to the media, you have heard with your own ears that this is going on in our city. And I know that, and I trust that you all know that that's something we need to stop. But this ordinance isn't just about protecting the rights of minorities. It's about protecting the rights of everyone. I think, we all are students of history and know some of the great gender inequities and slavery and racism that has plagued our country. But one of the things that is clear as we continue down the path to alleviating this hatred and prejudice in our society is that as our society truly becomes equal, we all benefit from truly embracing and getting to benefit from what all the diverse people in our society bring together in our culture and throughout society. I also want to briefly speak as a member of the Anchorage Health and Human Services Commission and let you know that the Health Commission has unanimously endorsed passage of this equal rights ordinance. That we believe, following our code-mandated duty to evaluate whether ordinances are in the interest of public health, we have evaluated this one and said that yes, it is. You should have the letter from our chair in your bill packet. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions about it if you have any, but one of the things he points out is the high rate of suicide among gay and lesbian youth. And as you know, suicide is a great problem in our state and in our city, and suicide prevention has been a major public policy goal at every level in our municipal and state government. And that's one reason why we highlighted that as a real public policy and public health goal that would be advanced by supporting this ordinance. Going back to speaking for myself, I just want to say I know that Solomon is often used as the model of the wise decision maker, and you all know the story about splitting the baby. I just remind you that in the end of that parable, Solomon didn't split the baby. He used it as a way to decide what's the right thing to do. And there is no equal ground between equal rights and inequality.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
David?
Just a minute, Mr. Dunsmore. Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Just very quickly, did the commission take any position on any of the three versions of this, or is it just the concept in general that the commission supports?
Mr. Gutierrez, through the chair, it was just the concept in general. Yes, the S and S1 were not available, and at the time, but what the commission supported, I was actually the maker of the motion, so I can speak to that very directly. We supported laws that would add a sexual orientation in all places in our discrimination code in which you are forbidden from discriminating.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come forward. Go ahead.
My name is Wanda Vaughn, and I was going to read my speech, but what I'm going to do is just read some terms that I think we all should become familiar with again. First one is free will, the power attributed especially to human beings of making free choices that are unconstrained by external circumstances or by an agency such as divine will. Next one, mind, the human consciousness that originates in the brain and is manifested especially in thought, perception, emotion, will, memory, and imagination. The next term, male, of relating to or designating the sex that has organs to produce spermatozoa for fertilizing the ova. Coerce, to force to act or think in a certain way by use of pressure, threats, or intimidation. Christian, professing a belief in Jesus Christ, one who lives according to the teachings of Jesus Christ. Happy, enjoying, showing, or marked by pleasure, satisfaction, or joy. I would like to say that this ordinance is most onerous. It violates the Declaration of Independence most flagrantly. Basic instructions before leaving earth declares the Lord, I am the Lord, I change not. In Hebrews 13:8, it decreed Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. So if God declared in basic instructions before leaving earth that in Leviticus that thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind, it is an abomination. Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourneth with you. So I feel that this ordinance goes against my free will to exercise my free will to exercise religion way according to my faith. Also, that Peter and the other apostles answered and said, we ought to obey God rather than man. Basic instructions before leaving earth tells true believers that fear not them which kill the body but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. As for this governmental coercion before the people of Anchorage, I will let basic instructions before leaving earth instruct true followers to do. And if it seems evil unto you to serve the Lord, choose you this day whom ye will serve, whether the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites whose land ye shall dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
Thank you. I just like to invite you people who are standing in the back. There are seats, and if there's anybody out in the lobby, there are plenty of seats available inside here. Could you come forward, please?
The timer, but I can't get it to work, so I'll just have to do my best. My name is Neva Reese. That's Nevarece. I came forward tonight because I feel that the most important thing that I would like to mention is the tone of the discussion, and that I thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone. I think that concerning this issue and other issues that are polarizing our country and our city, it's because somehow we're framing the discussion incorrectly, and that's why we are so much at odds with one another. And I'm very concerned about that, and I hope that we can, in the future, find a way to bridge those gaps. In general, though, I do have an opinion about this particular item, and I have to say that I have to thank the SOS Anchorage site for convincing me that language to this effect does need to be included, that, to me, discrimination is demonstrated when specific negative behaviors are assumed to be performed or acted on by a certain population based on a single identifiable characteristic. And I think we can see that most of the rhetoric opposed, not all, but a lot of the rhetoric opposed to this demonstrates that a strong discrimination towards people based on their sexual orientation. I'm sorry, I have a thyroid problem. It's really hard for me to talk sometimes.
Well, you're clear.
Thank you. But I think that we have seen discrimination demonstrated every time this issue has come up, which proves to me the case that something needs to be included. I think the language is difficult, and I compliment you for your efforts in that. But, and we have heard more than once that our country is founded on Christian principles, and I think we can agree that Christian principles informed the formation of the country, and that it was basically created by white Anglo-Saxon males who were doing their best and had strong ideals. But I would reference people to look at the Treaty of Tripoli, which was signed by our second president, John Adams, a founding father. It was ratified by Congress. And he said, or he didn't say, but the treaty says in Article 10 that we are not a Christian country. We are not created as a Christian country. Therefore, we can have peaceful relations with a Muslim country, which was who that treaty was intended to create friendly relations with. I have been researching that because I found it on a website. I don't trust anything I find on a website right away, but I looked through Library of Congress, has reference materials on that, and I'm also searching it through the National Archives, and when I find that information, I'd be happy to make it available.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call 155, Frank Lee. 156, Wandu Lee. 157, Ina Hunt. Please come forward. Sir, have you spoken before?
Ma'am, I have not spoken on this issue. I was here last week. My name is Clint Desjardins. I was number 94. And Mr. Flynn spoke with me earlier. I had a college class to go to.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yes, folks, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you, all members of the Assembly representing Anchorage. I just have this short excerpt and a few comments about this issue, which I feel are the most important. And I'll just read it off what I prepared. To the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, my name is Clinton Desjardins. I'm an Anchorage resident and reside in District 3. I'm here to request that the city take a moral stance and abstain from Bill Anchorage Ordinance number 2009-64S. I have prepared resources to support the moral commandments of God and the necessity of the city to follow God's Word, the Holy Bible, from which this nation was founded upon. Excerpts from Romans, the book of Romans, chapter 1, verses 16 and verses 25 through 26. For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation to everyone who believeth. Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lusts of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another. In President George Washington's farewell address, written and addressed in September of 1796, he stated this, and before I begin his excerpt, the preface or the context of the word religion was Christianity. There were times at the founding of our nation that even the Catholics were not even considered Christians because of the denominational background. So I share that because that is a fundamental conflict today about what the definition of is. Of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim the tribute of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. The mere politician, equally with the pious man, ought to respect and to cherish them. The U.S. Supreme Court case, Peoples v. Ruggles, 1811. Whatever strikes at the root of all Christianity tends to manifestly to the dissolution of civil government, because it tends to corrupt the morals of the people and destroy good order. Offenses against religion and morality strike at the root of moral obligation and weaken the security of social ties. U.S. Supreme Court case Commonwealth v. Sharpless, 1815. The destruction of morality renders the power of government invalid. I am a follower of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. I seek to obey His commandments. And Jesus said in John 14, verses 15, "If ye love me, keep my commandments." I respectfully request that this assembly would uphold the morals of God and protect our Christian values. Please reject this bill for the morality and good order of our city, Anchorage.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And
Wait, just a minute. There's a question. Mr. Gutierrez, did you have a question on this? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for coming.
may I request to submit copies of the documentation?
I'd like to call 158, John L. Doe, 159, Carol Prevost, 160, Mary Hebert, and 161, Norma McDonald. Are any of those people here? Come forward, please. Thank you.
Hello there.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here to speak tonight on something I really haven't heard too much said about, and that is
Start with your name, will you?
Oh, John Doe. Pardon me.
Okay, got it.
Anyway, about contractors and contractees when different work gets done. When you have two people who believe they think the same way, and then one finds out because the household is owned by someone they don't agree with their sexual gender, or the person who owns the house doesn't agree with what the person who should be coming and doing the work won't come in there now because they just think it's everything from a sin to it's unclean. They just won't have anything to do with them. And it's something that is going to, I mean, if this thing passes, people are going to have to deal with in Anchorage. And one main area of the town I can see is just going to be lawyers are going to make a lot of money off it. Because you're going to be sitting, you're putting a lot of conflict over something that really has no point to be brought before this assembly, I'm going to tell you, I bring up. Is something that's been going on all the way through history, and it'll keep going on. As some saying that you've got to treat me the same way as you get treated. Our country is not based upon rights that are given to people. I mean, it's taken on rights that belong to us. They're what's called inalienable, which I'm sure you folks have heard of that. And it's something that really can't be taken away. It can be given away, but you can't take it from it as long as it's inalienable. And you have people who basically tonight, it seems like they're trying to make people feel sorry for them because they're thinking different or they don't think the same way. And by doing this, rules are kind of being made to be changed. I think that, again, the people that are benefit this most are the people who are going to make money off the conflict, and that's going to be the attorneys. And let's see. And a lot of young people. I've seen people in Fred Meyer's and whatnot running around with hooks in their lips and their hair's dyed black, and the girls are holding hands, running around like they're in love. A lot of stuff that the young people learn, they learn from older people. And whether it's on TV, it's a video game, or whatever, it's something that we as adults are supposed to prepare our society for, the young people, and get people to understand that, what is marriage for? Well, it's not right now that you're doing it, but it's something that's going to be coming. Once this little window gets open, that people say that you've got to treat us the same way, when what they have is a privilege to do that, and it's not something that can't be taken away, because society has got the right to accept people for their participation in it no matter what. And to this assembly here, there's one thing I'd like to say is, they say that ignorance of the law is no excuse, and that is something that's bound by this jury as well.
Thank you very much.
I'm Norma McDonald from Anchorage. When you're number 161 or whatever it was on the list that I am, I find that almost everything has been covered that I would have said already. But there is one thing that I want you members of the Assembly to know is that I still appreciate the fact that at this very grassroots level, we can come up, no matter how nervous we are, and still voice our opinion. In a situation like this, everyone does have an opinion, and everyone has an argument. My opinion is actually influenced by someone of the gay community, Julia O'Malley, from her article in the Daily News on June 6th. I don't have the exact quote, but I do remember reading it, and I do remember that she said in her 10 years of having come out as homosexual that she had not been discriminated against or faced harassment. And she did a good job at representing her stand in that article. Now, if Ms. O'Malley, who is well known to our city, has had no harassment or discrimination in 10 years, can we not assume that many other homosexuals have also been treated respectfully and fairly? Now, that tells me that there's not really a lot of compelling evidence that it's occurring in Anchorage. I suspect that most acts of unkindness towards anyone would be in response to some act of rebellion or in-your-face bad attitude on the part of the person. And that certainly happens to others as well. Each and every one of us has our struggles. I can guarantee you that many people of the Christian community, Dr. Prevost and others of like belief, are frequently bashed, harassed, and have their character and motives assassinated just for having the courage to stand up and speak for what the Bible says is right. After all, it is their job as ministers and preachers of the gospel to teach it that way. Now, for my argument, it's also based on the Bible, which is truth. Absolutely, yes, the Bible teaches that God loves everyone, but it also teaches that homosexuality is wrong. Why do we think we have the right to change God's design of things? It seems like America no longer knows right from wrong or good from evil. There's no wrong anymore, just what's fair. And I'm powerless to do anything about it. Do I want fairness for everyone? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Mary Hebert. This is my own opinion, and I'd just like to share it. I believe this ordinance that is trying to be quickly pushed through is offering special rights and not equal rights. We all have equal rights based on our race, color, religion, and age. I try to stay informed and don't remember reading or hearing anything about homosexuals being discriminated against. This is something our news media, I think, would have a field day with. I work with several lesbians and homosexuals at a local coffee shop, and one is my manager, the other is a supervisor. I feel they both, if I asked them, would say that they have not been discriminated against. Easy to make the chain there. So if this ordinance had merit, it would be a different story. But it seems like it is trying to be shoved down our throats with a certain timeline in mind. If this is such an important change that needs to be made, let democracy run its course and allow the people of Anchorage to put their voice to a vote. I'm sure that there are many on both sides of this issue, for whatever reason, cannot make it here tonight. By allowing the people to vote on this ordinance, it would allow everyone to be heard. I, for one, am not comfortable with men dressing like women sharing the same bathroom, as happened last week. How long will it take before someone who preys on women decides to dress in drag and head themselves right in there? I am a mother of 2 young children trying to teach them right from wrong. I believe the lifestyle of a homosexual is not healthy, mentally or physically. I do not want my children to see this as an acceptable alternative lifestyle. I hope that you would consider what I have said. Should one group of people, because of their behavior, be given special rights over another? I would ask that you vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call 116 again, Elena Ilinitsky, and also 146 Rainey Yackel, who apparently didn't hear me earlier, so I'm glad you heard now. Go ahead.
I'm Rainey Yackel. I am new to Anchorage. I am a voter.
But I did just move here. I know I've noticed a lot of people talking about how long they've been here. It really shouldn't matter how long you've been here.
It doesn't.
We are all Anchorage citizens. My comments are basically, religion is a choice, as is sexual preference. Most people feel that their religion is part of who they are, which is very similar to what people are saying of who live alternative lifestyles. Yet we are not allowed to force religion on others. This ordinance, however, will allow this for sexual preference. As a public school teacher is not allowed to discuss any form of religion in their classroom, yet this ordinance will allow that to happen and have our children exposed to alternative lifestyles in the classroom, which is not acceptable for most of us and most of our beliefs. This ordinance is too broad, it's being pushed through too fast, it is too general, and very little research has been done on it. For these reasons, I urge you to vote no on 64.
Thank you. I'd like to call 162 William McDonald, 163 Vicki Nelson, 164 Susan Bretz.
I've been waiting for 10 hours and you skipped me.
I'm
So
sorry.
I'm Liz Hall.
Okay.
And I'm in the 140s where there was a duplication.
I did see that there were some numbers. I thought I called you.
Okay.
I apologize if I didn't. Liz Hall, you're right here.
Right.
Go
okay,
ahead.
Can you restart the light to now?
Okay, start her over. There we go.
Thank
Go.
you. Madam Chairman and Assembly members, my name is Elizabeth Hall. I've been an Anchorage resident for 31 years. Before I start, I want to apologize. I've been told I have an angry voice. I'm not angry. I don't hate gays, and I'm certainly not afraid of them. I don't want gays homeless or without a job or without health care. I want them to have all those things. But it's a fact that the religious exemptions in this law are inadequate, and they're only as good as the judge who interprets it. We are in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the most liberal in the nation, and will interpret it in the most liberal way if it gets to that point. It is a fact that in other places with these kinds of laws, Canada, Scandinavia, and Philadelphia, under laws like this, Christians have been jailed for expressing their understanding of God's law, that homosexuality is a sin. One of many sins, but nevertheless a sin. A pastor has been jailed for his sermon condemning homosexuality. It's a fact that it could happen here. And while I have nothing against a gay person, I will never acquiesce to the pressure to say that homosexuality or the other stuff is okay, normal, or not sinful. I'm a sinner too, but I don't try and push mine on everybody and say that sloth is normal or good. It's not. In my adult lifetime, the demands have gone from, we want this in the privacy of our own bedrooms, to in-your-face advocacy and even brainwashing public school students, I hope not in Anchorage yet, but in other places, to think that gay is normal. It is not normal. I feel the pain of those people who testified tonight and last week. But the only thing that will take away all the tears is if we all say that gay is just as good as hetero. Even if we did, their consciences would still keep them looking for approval. This ordinance, as written, does not control what people think or say, only their actions, or I hope so. The dyke, that's her word, who testified last week, said her psychiatrist discriminated against her only because she didn't like his words. It is not, I hope, a law against words or thoughts. What I am angry at is about the timing of this attempt to pass the amendment while the acting mayor is still in office to avoid the veto of the elected mayor. That's enough.
There it goes. Thank you. Apparently there was some confusion on the 140s, so I'm going to call those names again real quickly. 145, Greg Schmidt. 146, Richard Pagel. 153, Phil Swires. 155, Frank Lee. 156, Juan D. Dooley. 157, Ina Hunt. And 159, Carol Prevost. So all of you folks, if you're on that list, could come up. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Susan Brett, and I've been a resident of Anchorage since 1983. And I want to share a couple of things from my life about this ordinance that I don't see a real need for doing this. I'm a Christian. Consider myself to be very conservative, but I do not see myself as discriminatory towards anyone. My experiences are I worked in a company where there was a large percentage of the people that worked there were homosexuals, and I was good friends with several of them. It doesn't matter what color you are, what your sexual preferences are. That's not the issue, and I never saw any discrimination taking place there. However, in the last week, I have been feeling very discriminated against here. I try not to be hateful towards anyone. However, there's signs all over the place with people saying that we're hating them, and I don't hate anybody. It feels like the tables have almost been turned. I've always considered Anchorage to be a very good place to raise a family. I came here as a high schooler. I love Anchorage. I love Alaska. But when my son was 4, he's now almost 17. When he was 4, we put him in a preschool. We did a bunch of research, picked the one that we thought was going to be the best one for him. And after he'd been there about 2 months, he came home from school one day and said, "Mommy, boys can marry boys." And that was not at all what I wanted to hear from my 4-year-old. At that point, we weren't dealing with that type of issues. He wasn't prepared for those type of things. So we immediately withdrew him from that preschool and found a private preschool to put him in. I don't feel that this is something that needs to be on public law. We need to be able to raise our families in the way that they need to be. There's already laws on the book that protect people from discrimination, that protect people from harassment. There was somebody who spoke about how their child had been harassed on the school bus. Well, they can't be harassed. That's something that just needs to be dealt with rather than waiting till after the fact. I ask you please to vote no on 64.
Thank you very much. (165) Barb Brink. 166 Ken Fuller. 167 Randolph Huber. 168 Stormy Monks. 169 I think it's Charles Ramos. Any of those folks? Thank you.
Hi, 166.
Okay.
Ken Fuller. I'm not going to say anything new. I don't think anybody can. I think it's pretty much all been said. But at the same time, I do appreciate being able to speak our piece. I don't see any evidence for discrimination here. I've lived here since 1951. I grew up on the west side. I lived on now on the east side for the last almost 30 years. And been in various businesses over my lifetime and encountered people of all backgrounds. I've always been proud of Anchorage because it is such a great melting pot. We've got people from all over the world, all different race, color, creed, all different affiliations. And I don't deny that early in the 50s, 60s, maybe there was some melding that took place. But I think overall Anchorage has blossomed into an excellent cosmopolitan community. I don't think we need this extra layer of bureaucracy, especially as confusing as it's becoming. The only evidence that's been spoken of has been anecdotal and hearsay. The fact that there is already an ordinance that talks about discrimination, I haven't met the lawyer yet who won't take a case to court for the dollar. So I don't see where anybody can say they don't have the right to take a discrimination case based on anything. They may be rejected, but I'm sure the ACLU guy would take the case and file a brief on it, file the case if there was discrimination that could be evidence. And subsequently building up all those cases, then you actually have something that can break that ceiling if it exists. But everything I've heard, it doesn't exist. And the law that you're suggesting, I didn't hear any of those anecdotal things that law would solve. People's parents or family are not going to quit being upset with them if they're living a lifestyle that they feel is not proper. It's really a nose in the tent situation here. This, like somebody mentioned before, this every 10 years this comes up, it's probably going to keep coming up. Why? Because that's the way you move something forward like that. I can remember in high school thinking, if we keep moving this bar over and over every year, at some point, what we call right now is going to be wrong. And it happened. Just changing the dress code in schools in Anchorage in 1968 changed.
Thank you.
That's 3 minutes? Man.
I'd like to call 170 Jeff Holder, 171 Susan Fischetti, 172 Mark Slama. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Charlie Ramos. I come to you today in sorrow about what's happening here today. I truly believe in our government and I believe in our leadership, but this is a sad situation that I'm even here in front of you guys today for this purpose. I'm against this ordinance, and I believe that everybody should be against this ordinance. I don't know where you guys stand, but I stand appalled to this being here tonight, where I could have so much other things that I could be doing in my own life to be, instead of being here involved with this. This is something that should have never came to this position. I feel that as a government, we're being let down. I feel like there's almost like a Watergate going on here, you know, between Ted Stevens. How far does this go? Does this go down to Ted Stevens getting kicked out for false accusations, and then a mayor that's not even elected goes in and passes this bill to come before us? I think that there's sorrow in our government here, and I think that it needs to be investigated, it needs to be searched to find out what actually took place here. I think that this is appalling to the people, a letdown to the people of Anchorage that stood so long in Christian morals. And I think that as a community, we need to stand tall and fight this bill to the max, because I don't think that this is right. The tactics that were pulled here were a guy in a red hat comes running up here and fools everybody here thinking that he's one of us, and he's not. So he's pulling a wool in front of your guys' eyes, telling you that he's for this bill, against this bill, I'm sorry. But in reality, he's pulling a wool over our eyes. You know, what are we, fools? So what is he saying by that comment? You know, can we trust somebody that would even come up here and put such an act on? And I really feel that the kids, I feel sorry for the kids. You know, a lot of people that made statements here about, well, my husband is fighting me in court because he's trying to take my kids away from me. And I went to a psychiatrist because I'm a butch. I went to a psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist said to me, let that butch go, your problems are over. If that's a paid person that she went to, that he has years of education to tell her this, why is she doubting him? And why is she still in torment? And why is that my business? Why is that any of our business? You know, if her husband, my time's up? Can I do this again? Thank you.
Jerry Carpenter, 174 Melissa Schmidt, 175 Steve Delisco. Well, I guess a lot of people are not here, that's why. Hello, Ms.
My name was called. I'm Susan Shetty, and I've lived in Eagle River for 27 years, and I oppose this ordinance. I was here last week. I was here earlier tonight. I drove home, cooked dinner, had some time with my family, and I'm back. Busy people. Didn't have much time to prepare, but I do feel strongly about this ordinance, and I'm sorry that we have to even take the time to deal with it. I'm also speaking on behalf of my husband, my daughter, who is a voter here in Anchorage, and my neighbor, Jenny DeLuce, who couldn't make it. Let's see. This ordinance has already caused a lot of division in our city, and it's going to take a lot of time just to heal from the last couple of weeks. If this thing passes, I really can't see what it's going to do, but cause a lot more problems instead of solving them. One thing that's bothered me is that don't seem to have a lot of respect anymore for the government process. We right now don't have an elected mayor sitting in this chamber, and that bothers me. And I really feel strongly that we need to have an elected mayor, and we have to have the other assembly seat filled if we're going to take on an issue that's like this. It's just unbelievable that this is even happening. Respect is a big deal, and I respect you guys for sitting through this every night and listening to everybody, and I respect everybody that's here on both sides of the issue. I have a lot of friends on the other side. My daughter has 3 close friends right now. They're struggling with this, and it's hard. But Mayor Begich was smart. He never brought this issue up in his 2 terms because he knew what it was going to do, and it is not something that I don't think all of us want to be judged for at the end of our, term here in office. It's a serious matter, and there's a lot more positive things that we could be doing for this city. We have some problems. This shooting out at Sports Authority, it bothers me. There's mentions about this Club Elixir and all this other, drug dealers and gangs and everything else. We're not doing anything to stop it. It's happening as soon as the lights go out in this town and it's dark. There's another world out there, and we are blind to it. We don't even know what's going on, but our kids are the ones that are going to pay the price.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please come forward. Please come forward. Please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Slama. I was born and raised in Anchorage, and there's been a lot of testimony already. I'll try not to be redundant, but I think I'll probably fail at that. I'm opposed to the sexual orientation language. One reason I am here is simply to stand publicly with those that are opposed to this ordinance. Your votes will not be done in secret, and we'll all have to live with the consequences of your decision. For the proponents to be successful in earning your yes vote, I believe they need to have you see the evidence from their perspective. You need to temporarily put blinders on to the problems of everyone else and only see and hear their allegations as though nobody else had problems. For example, some of the testimony I've heard about teasing and bullying and laughed at a name calling kind of sounds like growing up for me here in Anchorage. It's not fun to be on the receiving end of this, but this is hardly a problem that is unique only to LGBT, if I have the letters right, people. I've been turned down for a loan. I don't think that the bankers hated me. I didn't realize that the rule was if you needed a loan, you couldn't get one. If you didn't need one, you can get them all day long. But anyway, I've been turned down for loans before myself. I've been a renter before. It wasn't the ideal kind of a life for me. I had some complaints, but I was also a landlord for about 10 years. Overall, I would say it was a horrible experience being a landlord. It was my life on that, and I could tell you some stories that I think would trump any discrimination story you've got. When it comes to violent crime, the poster boy for hate crime is, of course, Matthew Shepard. Somehow when a homosexual is the victim of violence by heterosexuals, it's supposed to be worse. I don't know what they call it when they do it to each other. What about the thousands of murders committed each year? They're all tragic. Is there an acceptable violent crime? If everyone, not just gays, came and shared their personal horror stories of discrimination and mistreatment, it would be apparent that problems and disappointment are part of life for everyone. But because we're focused in on this group, it seems to have the appearance that they're somehow singled out and they have trouble and everybody else has a pretty easy life. I believe the proponents of this ordinance also have an ally in the mainstream media. Just this morning in the Anchorage Daily News, I heard about escorts that would be needed because of the intimidation of last week. I was there last week. That's not what I saw. The Daily News, I didn't see an opposing viewpoint about the need for escorts. Again, with media bias, because that affects our decision making, I'm sure all of you are familiar with the murder of Matthew Shepard. Bring it up again. In Wyoming in 1998. The U.S. House of Representatives has already passed the Local Law Enforcement Prevention Act, also known as the Matthew Shepard Act. That was quick.
It was. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Good evening. I'm Steve Delisio. I've lived in Anchorage since 1971. I'd like to start out by saying that I've heard a lot of comment here, or accusation, that those who are opposed to this ordinance are motivated by hate and by fear. I can't speak for everyone that's spoken here, but I know that most of the people that have spoken against this ordinance are not speaking out of hate, nor are they speaking out of fear. Those who are Christians recognize, in fact, what one lady who is for the ordinance spoke of last week, and that is that the Bible teaches us, God commands us to love one another as yourself. And if we love one another as ourself, that means love our neighbor as ourself. That means we love everyone. We are not a people of hatred, nor a people of fear. Someone raised the question last week, why would I choose a lifestyle like this? And she was describing how painful her lifestyle had been. I know why she has the lifestyle that she has, the same reason that I had the lifestyle that I had for 46, almost 47 years, because she's a sinner and so was I. And the only thing that protected me from my sin was the grace of God, who sent his own son to die in my place and pay the penalty for my sin and for her sin. And I placed my trust in Jesus Christ, and I've been forgiven. I'm not here tonight to debate whether homosexuality and transgender changes should be protected or not. I believe that everyone should be treated fairly. Everyone should be treated right. But the main reason I want to speak to you tonight, regardless of my personal opinions about the underlying purpose of this ordinance, is that, as so many have said tonight, and a few said last week, this ordinance does not protect the liberty, the guaranteed rights of those who are of the faith, of whatever faith. You have an exception, which is called the religious exception. And that religious exception says that certain organizations can make decisions, religious organizations can make decisions based upon what they think is in the furtherance of their faith.
Thank you, sir. And you do have a question, so maybe you can finish.
Okay.
Mr. Gutierrez?
I just, if you could sum up very quickly, I'm very interested in your testimony. I'd like to hear the rest.
Well, what I wanted to do is point this out, that both our state and our national constitutions guarantee the guarantee that the government will not interfere with the free exercise of religion. That is a constitutional guarantee. And I would recommend, and I have here a proposal for an amendment to whatever ordinance you pass, which would essentially eliminate the last sentence of the section on religious exception and put this language in its place. Nothing in the Anchorage Municipal Code shall interfere with or conflict with the constitutionally guaranteed free exercise of religion. And I have enough copies here to give to the clerk for each one of you. I hope you will consider that. But as for us, who are of the faith, we will be faithful to the Lord regardless.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm going to go back a little bit. Call 162, William McDonald. 163, Vicki Nelson. 167, Randolph Huber. 168, Stormy Monks. 170, Jeff Holder. 173, Jerry Carpenter. 174, Melissa Schmidt.
Hi, I'm Jerry Carpenter.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Assembly members, I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am a lifelong Alaskan. I came to Alaska in 1965 with my parents when I was just 8 months old, and Alaska is my home. I do want what's best for my city and my state, and that's why I've chosen to speak today. I believe that the sexual ordinance will have a damaging effect on our state, and I'm opposed to it. I believe that the homosexual and heterosexual alike already have the same equal civil rights, and that there is no need for any special rights to be given to anyone based on their sexual orientation. Sexual preference is a choice, unlike race or mental handicaps. I believe that we are born male or female, and to this date there is really nothing to dispute that fact. The laws we have were written fairly to include all people. I believe that once we start amending these laws to give special rights to a group of people based on a choice that they have made, such as sexual preference, we are opening a door that will lead to chaos. I have heard that the GLBT feel that they are being discriminated against in many areas, such as housing, work, and marital status. I have not seen that to be true, as heterosexuals have some of the same discrimination issues, if that is what you'd like to call it. I have a friend who works for a local major coffee chain. She's a Christian and she's a heterosexual. Her boss is a lesbian. Just days before you were to start hearing testimony on the sexual ordinance, she was approached by her boss, who told her that she was not going to allow her to shove her religion down her throat. My friend had never done anything like this, although her fellow employees did know where she stood as a Christian. Shortly after that comment was made, her hours were cut from 30 to 20. I apologize. It's probably my son. I believe that also that landlords should have the right to rent to who she or he would like to in their own homes or apartments. I have seen ads in the news stating no smokers, no pets. I believe that these groups of people could also call that a discrimination. Smoking and owning pets are a choice, as is your sexual preference. The statement has also been made that if this amendment passes, transsexuals will not go into the ladies' public restrooms. This is already happening. Just last Tuesday in this very building, my mother and two young girls walked into the ladies' restroom, and there stood two transsexuals. I believe that this is stepping on our rights as mothers, daughters, aunts, grandmas, and females in general, who should have the right to go into a ladies' restroom without fear of a man dressed as a woman walking in on them. I do see this as becoming an issue if the ordinance is passed. I believe there will be many court cases that will range from business to housing to general everyday issues that are going to tie up our courts in legal battles and end up costing the taxpayers money. Before we know it, we will need to be adding transgender public bathrooms to suit the transgender, because males will not want a man dressed like a woman in his restroom, and females will not want men dressed like that in their restroom.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call number 176, Jerry Budd. 177, Isadora Martinez. 178, Chris, I believe it's Take. 179, Maria McNabb. And 180, Jeremiah Stephen. Please come forward.
There was a whole lot of people in front of me.
Well, come forward anyway. If I called your name, we'll get them all.
My name is Chris Tachi,
Okay?
and I've been living in Anchorage for 29 years. Last week we heard some testimonies about people losing their jobs because they practice homosexuality. Well, I'm here to say that's not the case with the company I work for. In fact, every gay person in our company has been promoted. The company even gives special domestic partner benefits only offered to same-sex partners. The company I work for plays a major role in our community, in the United States, and worldwide. I digress, sorry. Okay. Our parent company has donated $500,000 to the PFLAG organization, if you're familiar with that. I share this with you only as one example. There are probably a lot more examples with other companies. I want to make something plain and straight here tonight. I don't hate anyone. Just because I disagree with somebody's worldview doesn't mean I hate them. And I don't. I'm the kind of guy, you're stuck in the ditch in the snowbank, I'm the one jumping out to help you. That's just the way I am. I don't judge. I'm not your judge. I don't care who you are or what. I'm there to help you as a fellow human being. And by the way, I wasn't the guy out there last week holding the sign, rednecks in uniform. You didn't see the sign?
No.
You didn't see it in the Daily News?
I don't remember the picture.
Probably because the picture didn't get taken, but there was a guy standing out there. Anyhow, I'm not that guy. And I thought that was kind of, I took offense to it. I'm not a redneck. I don't even know what one is, really. I don't agree with this ordinance, 64, and I have a question. Isn't the state of Alaska an at-will state concerning employment? That's what I've been told, so I'm asking that. And will this ordinance conflict with state law? And this is a very sensitive issue. Is this not a people issue? And can I have your attention over there, please? Okay, I guess I don't count. Is this not a people issue? Then let's put this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
My name is Jerry Budd. I'm against this ordinance. I first came to Alaska in 1956. My wife and I, we raised 7 kids, got 11 grandchildren, and I wish the hell the capital would have been moved a long time ago, because we voted on that 3 different times, and it's still down on Juneau, and here we are. Anyhow, I'm planning on staying in the same home that I'm in right now until the end times. And looking at some of the situations that have taken place out here, we're getting pretty doggone close to the end times. Genesis, a friend of mine just suggested it, and I'm certainly not a Bible thumper under any circumstances, but a friend of mine said, Jerry, he says, this story should be told. Genesis chapter 18 and 20, the Lord said, the city of Sodom and Gomorrah is multiplied, and their sin is become expedient, grievous. The end result was, chapter 19, Lot went to his future son-in-laws, and he said, you guys have got to get the heck out of here and get out of here right now. And it was apparent that they didn't take him very serious, because they did not move their belongings. The very next morning, 2 angels approached Lot and said, get your 2 daughters and your wife, get them out of here now unless you want to be one of those that will be killed by our Lord tomorrow. You must move. They were also told, do not look back. As they exited the city, the wife of Lot turned around and took a look at the city and immediately became a pillar of salt. The 2 cities were destroyed with fire, brimstone. It destroyed them, burned them to the ground, and everything else is that all of the inhabitants were killed. They were fried, in other words. And
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call 181 Brian Schellinger, 182 Bruce Fuller, 183 Nora Fuller, and 184 Cammie Stephen. Go ahead.
179, I believe you have as Maria McNabb. My name is Mark. Did I not write clearly?
I'm sorry. I made a grievous error. I apologize. Go ahead.
I'm nervous, so I'm going to talk fast. Concerning discrimination, does a pharmacist have the right to discriminate against hiring? Is he forced to hire a drug addict if one applies? Similar question, can a bar owner discriminate against hiring an alcoholic? Every time we make a decision, we discriminate. Hate is not involved. Over my 53 years of life, I've had many jobs, and over the course of those many jobs, I've had gay co-workers, bosses, associates. They all got their jobs the same way I got mine. They were qualified to do the job, number one. Number two, they weren't obnoxious. When I go to work, I don't bring my wife with me, kiss my wife in front of my boss's business. But that would be an expression of my sexuality. Would this ordinance enable gay men to kiss in public without consequence? I've heard many pro-ordinance people speak about how gays are picked on by others. Growing up, I was picked on a lot. I was small, I was slow, I wanted to hang with the jock crowd, even though I was not very good at it. They picked on me. They were bigger. I was available. The problem is not, the solution is not a rule because there's too many of them. This law, if it's enacted, won't get rid of mean people. For every new law, you'll get a new set of lawbreakers. With this additional clause in this anti-discrimination law, will only add to a very busy court load.
185, Young Moore. 186, Tom Moore. 187, Don Barnhart. 188, Mark Runkle. And 189, I think it's K.E. Presley, but I might have that wrong. Please, sir.
My name is Bruce Fuller. I am a white American heterosexual male. I am not available. I have been married for 29 years. In 1977, at the age of 17, I was not available. However, a man that was 19 years old proposed or propositioned me, tried to get me involved in acts that he was interested in. He was a so-called friend. He knew that I was heterosexual, He knew that I had a relationship with a young lady at the time. Yet he propositioned me. In 1978, at the age of 18 years old, well, that took place in New York, by the way. In 1978, at 18 years old, in Illinois, I was not available. However, I was propositioned again in the state of Illinois by another man shortly after I joined the military. I don't remember what happened right after that proposition, because all I can remember is 4 people picking me up off of him. And he went to the infirmary. In 1979, at the age of 19, I was not available. Yet, in Wisconsin, I was propositioned by a man who wanted to have relationships with me. I'm not available. I did not report either of those instances, because just like anybody else who is raped or who is abused, they're embarrassed. They're afraid. They take that guilt on themselves. And they don't want to be put in a situation where they have to face it. So I had to suffer for years because of what I thought and what role I must have played that caused that to happen. I went into the career, got in the Navy, did my time, got out in 2000. When all that was going on, in 1975, the city of Seattle passed a sexual orientation law, was added to their category. In 1985, the city of Seattle created the Mayor's Lesbian and Gay Task Force so that gays and lesbians would form a new leadership and gain this political skills that they needed to get things passed. In 1999, the city of Seattle added,
Thank you,
know where
sir.
I'm going.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here. I'm Don Barnhart, B-A-R-N-H-A-R-T. This does draw a lot of concerns. If you listen carefully to the media, you will hear that violence and discrimination against homosexuals is widespread. Homosexual men and women are often portrayed as victims of violent crimes under fair firing practice. Remember the media reaction to Matthew Shepard? You should remember him because they brought it up last week. The young homosexual who was brutally murdered in Wyoming. His murder was quickly labeled by many in the media as a hate crime, and that was even before his sexual orientation was even identified for the reason why he was killed. What gay rights groups have used his death to raise battle cry against victimization of homosexuals that has supposedly taken place across this country. Remember Columbine? Those students were killed for their beliefs in Christianity, a belief in God. Both of these events are tragic events. It's a cry, it's that cry, that subtle attempt to portray gays as victims. Gay rights activists Marshall Kirk and Esther Phil stated in an article entitled Overhauling the Straight America in 1987. In a campaign to overwin the public, gays must portray as victims the need of protection. Our campaign should not demand direct support of homosexual practice, but instead of anti-discrimination as its theme. The ultimate goal of the gay rights movement is to gain public acceptance of the homosexual lifestyle. One method of achieving this goal is to make sexual orientation a protected class through non-discrimination legislation, granting gays the same civil status enjoyed by women, African Americans, and disabled. To protect homosexuals from demonstration of employment may sound like not such a bad idea, neither is protecting them from violent crimes. But we must take careful of the real purpose of the effort of homosexual activists to portray themselves as victims, granting homosexual rights, and sends a strong message to society. It's a society of choice that legalizes the same status protection as someone that is born either an African American, a female, handicapped. This helps validate the claim that homosexual is not a choice but a predetermined characteristics. By taking the focus off of an immoral behavior and making homosexuals victim, gay rights groups bringing more support for their lifestyle. This is nothing new about the gay effort. This rights active has been pushing sexual orientations to the civil rights for decades. The Civil Rights Act of 19 64 outlaw discrimination on the basis of color, race, religion, sex, national origin for the beginning of the gay rights movement. Leaders who desire the same sexual orientation added to this list. The arguments of granting protection status of homosexual is a civil rights issue has been used often in this debate and will continue to be. Its comparison are angered in some African American communities. Skin color is a benign non-behavioral characteristics. General Colin Powell wrote in the Retired Officer July issue of 1992, sexual orientation is perhaps the most profound of human behavior characteristics.
Thank you. I know you tried to get through there. You were. Thank you.
May I submit this?
You could leave it and we can pass it around and read it. Thank you. I'm going to ask Mr. 185, Young Moore, 186, Tom Moore, 188, Mark Runkle, and 189. Oh, I said those already. I apologize. I'm having a time here problem. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
My name is Guy Presley.
Thank you.
I spent 20 years in the military. I retired from that. I went to work for the Department of Corrections, so I've been around lots of different kind of people in my career. I haven't seen any cases of sexual discrimination in any of the positions that I've had, especially with the city of Anchorage for 17 years. I just think it's I just hope that the members of this body will just think about their own families and how do you want your grandchildren to be raised in this city and what kind of effect these kind of measures is going to have on the grandchildren that we have coming up. And I just hope you'll vote against this bill. I think the city will be much better for it. And if there's cases of discrimination against the homosexual community, then I think there's plenty of avenues for those folks to take care of any of those type problems already that's in law. So I just ask you to vote no on this amendment. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. 190, Ben Smith. 191, Denise Carter. 192, Frank Carter. 193, Jeff Dowd. Go ahead, please.
I think I'm 189, Karen Reeve.
189 was the gentleman who just spoke. Let me look for you.
I know I was 180 something when I signed up last week.
I'm sorry. I'll look. Could you
Sure.
just wait a second? Is anybody else that I called? And Reeve. Why don't you go ahead?
My name is Karen Reeve, R-E-E-V-E, and I came last week and I was just appalled. I mean, I was really rocked. I could not believe the tenor of the whole thing. So I felt compelled to sign up to testify just because I think it's important for you to get a balanced perspective from our community. I'm also from Anchorage, born and raised, well, in Alaska. My family goes back generations. And I'm so glad I came tonight because the tenor is better tonight. I'm feeling much better about the expression of the other side. I don't feel as attacked. Last week, my brother was called a faggot across, I mean, I haven't seen that kind of blatant hatred and an attack on anybody in a very long time. So a woman came up to me and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's not what this is about." Well, you know, that is what it is about. People are discriminated against in Anchorage. And the only thing that I can share with you maybe that I was an elementary school principal when they put sexual orientation as a protective class under the school district anti-discrimination policy. And I found that to be a very valuable piece of law procedure, because it was my responsibility to protect all students. But my students didn't know that jeering and teasing and calling people names because they're gay or, kids don't always know everything that they're saying, but it allowed me to not advocate homosexuality, but certainly to teach them that nobody could be treated that way. And that's all we're asking is to say to people, everybody has the right to be treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. One 194, Jean Brokaw. 195, Donna Brown. 196, Randy Brown.
Hello, my name is Jeff Dowd. I live in Anchorage, or lived here for 44 years. There was a poll taken asking people what their greatest fear was. Dying was number 2. Number 1 on the list was speaking in public.
Oh.
People would rather die than speak in public. Standing here in front of everyone, I understand why. As I said, my name is Jeff. I want to announce that I'm black, gay woman. I'm half Athabascan, half Asian, half Vulcan, and 3/4 Irish. I just wanted to see if you were listening.
Oh, yes, we heard that.
I must confess I was just kidding to make a point. Even if I believed that with my whole heart and soul that I was all of those things, it wouldn't change anything. The fact is, I'm not. I say this to make a point. The chopping off body parts or adding parts will not change the fact that you have either an XX or an XY chromosomes. You will always be the gender you were born. Changing the plumbing won't alter that. No matter how much you want to do, no matter how much you want to be something else. I think it's important that I state clearly that this ordinance should be voted down. The protections that are currently in place are adequate. But if you feel that you must add a new category of people to give them special rights, then I ask you to replace the words sexual orientation with the words calorically challenged. I'll be blunt. As a fat person, I've experienced and witnessed ridicule, harassment, and discrimination of people who are overweight. And with 64% of adult Americans being obese, it's plain to see that fat people are a much larger part of this community that are being discriminated against than gays, lesbians, and bisexuals. There is no good reason to pass this ordinance with all its flaws as poorly written, poorly worded, and poorly conceived. I feel like I'm standing in the street frantically waving my arms back and forth trying to get your attention. You're in a car going down the road heading straight for me. You drive by because you think I'm just some wacko. But what really is happening, the bridge is out, and if you continue going down the road and I don't succeed in stopping you, you plummet off of a cliff. Lives will change forever, and not in a good way. I'm a middle-aged man with an incredibly wonderful wife, 3 amazing daughters. We want to live in a town that we know right from wrong, that understands giving special rights to a group of people for their behavior in the bedroom is morally wrong. I ask you to please do the right thing. If you're not sure what the right thing is, let me state it and make it perfectly clear. Vote down this ordinance. Please make Anchorage a place we can be proud of.
Thank you. Are you in the back waiting to speak? Not you, sir. Are you waiting to speak? Could you come forward if you are? Oh, just you? Okay, I'm just trying to get a bunch of people at once. I'm sorry, I am. And I'm still unclear. Have I called your name? You have. Super, thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Denise Carter, and I've lived in Anchorage for 22 years. Many Anchorage residents and some members of this assembly have been deceived into believing this ordinance is about civil rights. This ordinance is not about civil rights, but about giving special rights to certain citizens of our town. The United States Constitution and the Alaska State Constitution already provide adequate equal rights for this group of people. The creators of this ordinance have worked secretly and underhandedly to try and railroad it through the Assembly quickly in order to prevent anyone from questioning or attempting to block it.
Okay, I apologize for this. I just saw the time. I would like a motion to extend so the people who are standing up could finish. Would you object to that?
So moved.
You object? All right. If there's been, was there a second to the motion to extend to allow? All right. I'm going to put this on the board and hold on. And I do apologize. I should have done
Madam
this.
Chair, a clarification. Which people standing? All
The
people
two-
standing or
no.
the three? In the,
No. Could you, sir, with your hand up in the air,
You
come
three?
forward so we can actually see. The motion is for these three. And I called their names already. I apologize.
Urge a yes vote.
All right. Do I need to put this on the board? Thank you, Mr. Birch. All right. I don't see an objection. We're going to, just you three, and then we're going to continue tomorrow. All right? Go ahead, ma'am. I apologize for interrupting you.
That's okay.
All right, we're going to start the time over again. My fault. Go ahead.
I can just going to start back at that paragraph because I think
Go
I
for
kind of
it.
lost
It's
my.
okay. My fault.
The creators of this ordinance have worked secretly and underhandedly to try and railroad it through the Assembly quickly in order to prevent anyone from questioning or attempting to block it. If their motives were pure, there would be no need for that, so there must be a hidden agenda somewhere. The people of Anchorage have voted on similar issues and have made clear that this is not something we want. If the majority of our city is not in favor of such an ordinance, then why would the majority of the Assembly representing us pass it? If this ordinance passes, who will protect my rights when I find myself in a ladies' restroom or dressing room with a man? My guess is no one, because by giving this group special rights, you will be taking away mine. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you.
My name is Donna Brown. I'm a resident of Anchorage. I've lived here for 11 years. And I am opposed to this ordinance. I believe that it will grant special privileges to a certain class. I work in the HR department of a local company, and already a major portion of my time is consumed with filling out EEOC compliance reports to make sure that we are not discriminating against any of our employees. I am asked to fill out a report telling you how many people I have according by sex, race, age, etc. every year. And the next thing, am I going to have to ask my employees their sexual orientation? Is that going to become more criteria for doing business with government entities or any place else in town to make sure that we have equal representation? I believe that this ordinance will open up a whole basket full of lawsuits that we cannot afford, we do not need. This ordinance is just totally unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward, sir.
Good evening. Appreciate you taking this last 3 minutes. I'm number 196, I believe. That means there was 195 people before me voicing their opinions.
And you're Randy Brown then?
Yes, ma'am,
All right.
Randy Brown. And what I would like to say is I found out a long time ago my opinion is of very little value. I've turned my life over to Christ, and I follow what He says. And I always felt like God is the one that should have the opportunity to voice His opinion. So let's hear His opinion. A lot of people believe that a Christian's opinion is their own opinion. But I would like to say that a true Christian does not have and use his opinion anymore, because this is what God said. God said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. So that means Randy Brown's opinions are of little value anymore. And I have noticed through the 60-something years that I have lived, half of that according to Randy Brown's opinions, and they didn't work out very well. That's why God wrote this book, so we wouldn't have to count on somebody's opinions. He told us what was going to be successful and what wasn't. For example, the people that choose to believe the Old Testament, he wrote it down there very clearly also. In Leviticus 20:13, if a man lies with a male as he lies with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. That's not my opinion. That's God's opinion. That's what God says. Somebody might quickly say, oh wait, that's the Old Testament. Okay, let's see if he followed through the same, because he told me he is the same. He never changes. So let's see for all the people that only believe in the New Testament what God has for us there. In 1 Corinthians 6:9, this is what God said. He said, do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor homosexuals will inherit the kingdom of God. You have the opportunity to do something that's right. I don't understand why you want to pass the people and vote on it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Drummond.
Madam Chair, move to continue this meeting to tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m.
No.
Move to continue this meeting until tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Second? Thank you. Is there objection? Seeing none, we will continue this at 4 p.m. here tomorrow. Thank you.